were major issues in my mind. I had
Надоело.
that year, and I had a wife at home that was pregnant. The NTSB's report on the crash of Flight 101 harshly criticizes the FAA for not detecting growing maintenance and financial problems with choice. The maintenance program for the FAA stepped back and said, these
Да за
aircraft
идиота, блин. Покер его за...
they need something else. It also uncovers a loophole in the FAA's aging aircraft regulation, which require extra inspections for older planes. But those rules didn't apply to Mallard. The Grumman Mallard was manufactured in 1947. It only carried 17 passengers, and it was not a transport aircraft. Therefore, it was exempt from the supplemental inspection. What we have here, the FAA has made an aging airplane safety reg, and they've exempted the oldest airplanes. The NTSB recommends that the FAA expand its oversight of aging planes. We determine the probable cause of aircraft. The point is to do this and that. It's never accidents. I think we've used this accident to point towards the industry and the FAA to make sure that they take a look at the overall picture of this one. A few months after the report was released, the airline shut down. There's a lot of history and a lot of family community involved with the passengers as well. So to see the whole airline, you have to go down with the airplane. That's additionally emotional for everybody that ever worked there. Every flight begins and ends here. A strip of asphalt scorched by jet engines and miles. But not all runways are created equal. One of the world's most notorious is runway 35L at Congonhas Airport in Brazil. It could surprise you with any more. In July 2000,
Есть.
Airlines Flight 305.
А не, я хочу полностью завершить.
The runway claims 199 lives. It would be carefully scrutinized. Its history reviewed. Investigators desperately need to know why runway 35L is so dangerous. 35L. Before more lives are lost. Heavy rains found Brazil's largest city. Sao Paulo sees this kind of deluge regularly during the winter rains. The downpour snarls traffic to and from Congonhas Airport. 800 kilometers away, Pan Airlines Flight 3054 is en route from the southern Brazilian city of Porto Alegre. The Airbus A320 is headed for Sao Paulo 90 minutes away.
Пока 47. Может, автомат еще один.
It's a routine domestic flight. But there's been an unexpected development for Captain Enrique Stefanini di Sacco. He and his first officer, Clive Lima, have just learned that the heavy rain has temporarily shut down.
О,
The main
let's prepare now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
Yeah.
unfortunate the weather we may not be able to land at
О,
this flight.
это появился. Опять
We advise that they appoint for
А уже нельзя. Включить там.
Congonhas Airport is one of the busiest
Я не
in the
успел.
world. Planes
Yeah,
take
yeah.
off and land here every 90 seconds,
Да?
carrying a steady stream of people and cargo to the country's economic hub. But Congonhas is also notorious among pilots.
Yep.
The airport lies in the heart of the city, crowded on all sides by apartment buildings, offices, and roadways.
Ну?
Runway 35L is less than 2,000 meters long, short for large jets. Even worse, it's built on a hilltop with a sharp drop-off on all sides. The risk the airport poses, due to its construction, due to its geography, it does not allow simple mistakes. Captain Carlos Camacho is the flight safety director of the Brazilian Pilots Union. As you approach the runway,
Все, босс, оу.
for us pilots,
Да босс такой жесткий. Ё-моё. Там, короче.
it makes
Успел.
Congonhas one of the most
Ну, босс
treacherous airports in the
жесткий.
world. In fact, a Pantanal Airlines commuter plane spun out of control while landing just the day before. And a few months ago, disaster was narrowly averted when a Boeing 737 came skidding to a stop, just inches before the steep embankment at the end of runway 35L.
When pilots begin landing at Congonhas, they're more worried for when operating than any other national airport.
Flight 3054 is at cruising altitude south of Sao Paulo when the crew gets news that runway 35L is back in operation. There's no need to divert.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I have some good news for you. The runway at Congonhas has reopened. We'll arrive as scheduled shortly.
А я там кухня.
The relief of the passengers is not shared by the pilot. Stefanini has
Ты это, тут сколько?
He got to land at one of the world's most challenging airports, with less than the usual amount of stopping time.
Ну, тут сколько? Там не такая, лучше другой.
The devices are designed to slow the aircraft on landing by reversing engine
Nice.
If I was the pilot that day, I would be extremely concerned knowing that when I reverse but function. 3054, 35L, clear to land.
Stefanini will be landing on the infamous runway 35L.
The runway was headed for the green. Wind is 330 The crew was informed of poor braking conditions on the runway. The Airbus is on final approach.
Even though the autopilot could get the plane to the runway, the captain decides to take over the controls himself. He wants to bring the plane in as close to the runway threshold as possible. He needs every inch of runway he can get. 35 out. 35 out.
The concern was that after touching down, the pilots needed to be sure that they would be able to stop their plane before the end of the runway.
The passengers only know that they'll soon be landing. Now they are only 300 feet above the city. The Airbus is lined up at the center of the
Лучше давай я сам. Воно бери, лучше сам. Ну, так легче.
Captain Stefanini applies reverse thrust to the A320's only working reversal.
Почти никого.
On the engine and out of rhythm
На,
as fast as possible to initiate deceleration.
ты что? Ну, что ты?
But the plane is not slowing down. At this rate, it will use up the entire 1,945 meters of runway in less than 30 seconds.
The pilots operated the foot brakes with the pedals, pressing them for a long time.
Now, look at this. The aircraft mysteriously pulls to the left.
О, ты знаешь?
It's almost as if
Не забывай. Она сама такая тупая. Видишь, что она сама летит.
Ради баб, покажи мне.
Flight 3054 slammed into a airline building and an adjacent gas station. Nearly 200 firefighters descend on the scene.
Ради баб.
They face a raging fuel fire.
О, ну как ты что? Я сам знаю. Почти не умеет способы драться.
The explosion spread fire throughout the entire area. There was a fire in the gas station, killing the people who were filling up their tanks,
Просто я умею воздух драться.
turning it unrecognizable. He had hoped to treat survivors, but now he fears there might not be any. We had 4 cars on fire. In one of these cars, I saw a mother with her child. The entire plane is in gun flames.
Видите?
There's little food for anyone. Huge quantities of fuel in the storage tanks beneath the gas station could blow up at any moment. The aircraft broke its wings
Да?
on impact
Видите еще?
and spilled fuel throughout the entire area. There was a risk of the gas station exploding.
Да.
They can
каменюка
see
со
the
своей.
Tam Airlines building. But with the fire raging out of control,
Блин,
they will have to move fast.
Я
один раз больше...
Мы же не можем ехать.
Два.
I tried to rescue the people
Yeah.
from the building. I was anxious to help them.
Я пиздец пиздец.
Я знаю. Ну,
Dr. Ferrari makes a grim find inside the Tam Airlines offices.
The airplane wing blocked the way. It prevented people from escaping.
Ничего, саидов, внутрь.
I was behind the firefighter.
о, это уже банкрута.
These bodies inside the
Вытянуть спор. Изнутри коса.
It was a horrible feeling.
Куда мы замахать? Нужны вещи.
But they do locate Tom's weapons in another part of the building and rush them to safety.
Оружие.
On the way side of the building where there was no obstruction, there was time for people to get out. About 10 or 20 people made it.
Ой, ой,
Подожди, я забираю.
No one in the aircraft has survived.
Ну,
99 people are dead, including a dozen people in the gas
Ничего
station.
себе.
in the tank building. It's
конечно.
the worst aviation accident.
блин.
The country's aviation safety agency. The reporters are
Ну,
Что?
The core of any investigation.
Ну, чего вы
We
сначала?
arrived at the crash site and we saw
ага.
Давай.
that strong fire. We got really
Три,
concerned
два,
about the
один.
integrity of the data.
He knows the intense heat could already be damaging the plane's data and
Давай,
voice
не
control.
зомби.
Valuable evidence that could help explain the crash may already be lost.
И сейчас.
А,
The commander and
один.
his team know that just the day before, another plane slid off runway 35L.
We knew that we would
Бля,
have to run
ничего
an
себе.
investigation.
Ладно, обрывайся, мы же сидим.
If a rain-slicked runway caused this crash, disaster
До
was
этого
The pressure is on to figure out exactly what happened to Flight 3054.
We knew that there was a surveillance system.
The airport surveillance system captured the two men speeding down the runway.
Ну да.
But of issues.
Да?
What's exactly
Да ты еще не дозволи ему помочь.
Ага.
А еще...
was outside
Где?
the shop.
Кидай гранат прям да.
Even without the crash on,
И придется голову.
Do you have tape?
Не дозволи.
Responsible?
Они сейчас все реки.
Go ahead and play it. We compare one aircraft.
Ну, тоже сильный. Ой, камикадзе. Ниндзя.
A regular landing
Ау.
aircraft
Блин,
something about 90
нереально его врубить.
His camera
Жесткий, блин. Да,
and the accident there.
А, у тебя синдик осталось.
да.
3 seconds.
Да.
Those are the
Еще убей его. Да, не стрелями швыряет, видишь? Это так
Why is the crash plane going 3 times faster than the regular?
вообще обалдеть. Ой, да, знаю.
the accident,
Чуть
operators are still battling the intense
Да.
flames.
Что за... Это нереально.
Ну почему экран серый?
Я его знаю. Да. Это нереально. Ну что?
Почему экран серый?
А я не знаю.
Кидай гранаты куда хочешь.
Кинешь ты, блин.
Ну что не взрывает?
They
Да
can be
почему все серые?
to fire till a certain
Они-
temperature. There's no guarantee that that will be preserved.
To be examined at the National Transportation Safety
Нифига она ему не снует. То, сколько ты лупишь по барабану? Вообще нифига.
Это потому что это босс, крутой босс.
Потому что я не умею сдуться, не нравится,
The
блядь.
surface for clues that might explain why Flight 3054 went so badly out.
Я же говорю, что был, не попал. Блин, ты жесткий.
The marks of the aircraft, point weight, gear of the runway.
The water is pooling, creating puddles. That shouldn't happen on a modern runway.
So look at that. When this water gets in contact with the landing gear, the tires, it can generate what we call hydroplane. And this is a problem because a pilot will have little to no control of his aircraft.
Camargo and his team wonder why water is pooling on the runway. They studied files from the government agency that runs Google's airport.
Ты устал.
They learn that runway 35L
Сейчас вдвоем. Все помню, просто все возьмут.
Гений.
Да.
Блин, ты жесткий был.
Первый уровень пойти.
А там оружие. Блин, там уже было, ну. Да я не успел. Только автомат. Там в инвентаре.
Because the surface,
Минуту было.
the water will accumulate.
Да?
The runway had been resurfaced. That should have solved the water problem. It reopened just weeks before the crash. The new surface seemed to be a major improvement.
The airport operated for about a month in dry weather with no problems.
But then, 2 days before the crash, heavy rain
А, все.
With the rain, all the problems that were supposed to be solved came back.
On the
Это,
Navy
пиздец.
accident, the biggest problem was still the water. Aircraft were still reporting difficulties breaking. In theory, there was no more depressions on the runway to accumulate water. So that caused water to accumulate.
He discovers that the repair work lacked a critical safety feature.
Water was wet.
Special grooves that carry away rainwater. Without them, rain would collect in puddles.
The repairs still lacked the necessary upgrade. It was very difficult to interrupt the operation of the main runway in order to install the grooves.
Заходи.
Evidence is mounting that a compromised surface on runway 35L played a key role in Brazil's worst airline accident. Colonel Camargo is concerned that Brazil's notorious rains may bring more runway disasters.
Soon after the accident, we recommended the suspension of the operations of regular aircraft in rainy conditions.
The airport authority complies, shutting down runway 35L until answers are found. But the main runway at one of the world's busiest airports can't stay closed for long. Experts must find out what caused this this accident as soon as possible. Their focus turns to the A320's thrust reversers. The plane's maintenance records reveal why 4 days before the crash, mechanics deactivated the right engine for routine maintenance. But the aircraft had then flown without incident for 4 days. Not only had the plane landed repeatedly with one thrust reverser, it had even landed safely on runway 35.
This plane landed on the same runway that day, same always, including one thrust reverser. Just one thrust reverser, not 2 flights away.
So why had this landing gone so wrong? Fernando Camargo travels to Washington, D.C. Technicians at the National Transportation Safety Board will help him try to implement maintenance Flight 305 falls back in the flight records. First, they look for a temperature-sensitive chip that could request a help.
There's an indicator that turns the power if it was exposed to a temperature above that it was manufactured to support.
Even though the boxes are designed to survive a fierce fire of up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, the chip's appearance is worrying news.
The scores were submitted to a fire that gets its intention.
Test the circuit to see if any of the memories survived. Without the data, the investigation into Flight 3054 will be effectively crippled. Colonel Camargo may never know why 199 people but the circuit board test provides some hope.
Okay,
Fortunately, everything works okay. We couldn't cover 100% of the data.
The information paints a picture of the plane's performance in the critical seconds before the crash. Brakes were working. The A320 did not skid was fine. Then Camargo discovers that the plane's 2 engines were inexplicably operating against each other. The plane's left engine was involved. To help slow the aircraft down, instead of winding down, it pilots didn't have a chance to stop their the lopsided
There was no means available for
Sergeant 2, thrusting the shutdown.
Huh?
At that time, we could reach roughly 2 main brings in human factors investigators Lieutenant Colonel Marcio Cosgrove
First Lieutenant
Я
Vanessa
спеля.
Я просто сейчас не дал, это было очень сложно. Ну, еле не увидел. Ну, с таким оружием все.
Что уже?
Где меня? Я просто.
In an emergency situation.
Автомат. А, стоит новый.
They had not been detected in the cruise that could have caused one engine to stay.
Можно взять.
Machines
Да,
are
ну.
because they were unpredictable winds. Humans are infinitely more complex in the way they think and act. It's much harder to analyze their behavior in an isolated
I can't believe this one to make that kind of mistake.
The human factors
Ты
team
его
must
ставь.
conduct a psychological study
Ты его левал.
how they might have faked a mistake.
We attempt to reconstruct the individual history of each crew member and their experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking.
And try to create a picture that helps explain what happened in the cockpit.
А? Ага.
Margot still believes a mechanical failure is more likely. He now turns critically to the complicated mechanics that link the thrust levers to the engines. He must determine if a failure there led to the mysterious power surge.
We begin studying the destruction system.
Это.
System. And
Engine.
We've been through it, we know it's not.
There's nothing wrong with the engine.
Это он ничего.
That leaves only one component that could have caused the problem. The mechanism that links the throttles to the engines, a device called an artificial field unit, or AFU. Investigators wonder if that device failed, leaving the engines at full power even though the pilots set the lever to idle. But such a failure is highly unlikely.
it's really a remote possibility. 400 billion hours of flight for us to have one of the results.
Ну,
Still, he needs to rule out the AFU as a possible cause of the crash. But he's not sure the unit could even be found amongst the wreckage.
я...
Computers,
Блин,
all the avionics,
он совпал.
everything was done.
Я не успел.
Luckily, one of the few pieces to have survived the fire is the piece investigators now need. The AFU. It's sent to a specialized laboratory that can scan the metal for microscopic.
Куда? Там, блин. Да, блин, опять попал.
In such a way
Да, ой, что нет, не поймешь.
Давай вот знать его.
The 3D
Да.
scanner
Да ну, блин.
Да, вот это.
Все, нажал. Да прикол. Джой, не успеешь. Фу, успел. Надо еще кто-то. О! Все, втроем. Уже легче будет. О, это босс. Ого. Понятно.
that they can find.
Это босс. Оп, прыгай, стоп. Оп. Да. Да. Ту-ту. Да. Знаете, гранату.
Back in Sao Paulo, the human
Zombie.
factors team turns to the cockpit voice recorder, or CVR.
Ай.
They need to
Птичка.
understand the pilot's state of mind as they approach Sao Paulo the night of the crash.
Зомби. Оп.
CPR enables us to get an idea of the interaction between crew members.
learned that Captain Stefanini was quite concerned about the runway conditions.
Runway conditions. The one that's the time we approach 2 miles away. Did you confirm conditions?
That's not. Поворачивать надо.
And then he finds out the runway conditions are worse than usual, slippery and rainy.
Беленько.
Tension can affect the pilot's perception, his concentration.
That's
is
the-
impeded.
35
Это да, легкий. Вот сейчас вот мой.
It now appears that Stefanini's anxiety about 35L and not the runway itself
Это
is the
тому.
main cause of this crash. Camargo now focuses on the crew's actions.
Эй,
I think it's good.
That-
Thank you.
He needs to understand how the power levers were handled before the crash. Using data from the flight recorder, investigators focus first on the landing just prior to the one at Congonhas.
We discovered that the same pilot, the captain,
Huh?
was the one operating the aircraft in the previous plan and in command.
А,
Okay. Okay, let's go forward.
ну бел.
They learned that during the previous landing in Porto Alegre,
Я тебе.
Captain Stefanini pulled back both thrust
Не,
levers.
гранату.
Exactly the right procedure for landing with only one reversal.
And now, for cruise order. At the time of the accident, the correct procedure was for the pilot to take both orders to pilot and go
Не.
first. As if you had no problem with the reversals.
They've established
Да, я уже понял, к
Stefanini
чему.
carried out the correct procedure
Да,
for landing with one thrust
да ну,
reversal.
лузу удрал. Опять начинает с прыжками.
No reversal. Two,
А так,
reversal.
воу,
Speed is
это,
it comes out back.
знаете, нету. Все, почти уже.
He performed the
Да, 6.
procedure hours
Да.
before the previous landing.
Ну,
So what did he do differently 2.5 hours later
Да.
in Sao Paulo?
эй,
Okay, now confirm.
да, да,
The data shows that Captain Stefanini's handling of the thrust levers was very different from his landing in Sao Paulo.
о, наконец. Толку.
Instead of throttling back both levers, he only put the left engine in idle, leaving the right one at full power.
Автомат.
Then, once the aircraft had touched down,
Автомат.
he activated only the left reverser, again leaving the right engine at full.
That is quite different. I don't get it. How could a guy that knew the aircraft, that knew the correct procedure, that executed a correct procedure,
Ага.
how could it
И смотри,
do
Joy?
something different?
И куда?
It doesn't seem to make sense
да,
until Camargo enlists the help of another pilot. It's only then that he discovers an important detail that could explain what the captain did. It turns out there was an older,
Опять
outdated
он.
procedure for landing an A320 with a single thrust reverser. It starts out the same, but then there's an important difference.
The former procedure was shaking both levers,
это 3 раза.
and then just the lever corresponding to the engine with the reverser operating normally, that would be taken to reverse position.
But that is not what Captain Stefanini did. He left the right engine at full power instead of bringing it to idle. If he was attempting the old procedure, he got it wrong.
И патрон. Стрельная.
Investigators learned that Captain Stefanini would not have been the first pilot to make that mistake. There had been several accidents around the world. The cause was identical. Pilots mishandling the procedure for landing with a disabled reverser, inadvertently leaving one thrust lever at full power.
That old procedure led pilots to error.
Airbus finally modified the procedure to reduce the risk of precisely that error. The manufacturer changed the procedure and determined that both levers would come down together to the idle position, and then, right after touching the ground, both would come down to the reversal position. Captain Stefanini was familiar with both the old and the new procedure for landing with a disabled reverser. It now seems on Flight 3054 he may have tried to use the old one. The question for investigators is why. Investigators still can't understand why the crew of Flight 3054 left an engine at full power after touching down.
They get it wrong.
But after interviewing other pilots, they do understand why using the older procedure would have made sense that rainy day at Congonhas. It would bring the plane to a stop much more quickly than the new one.
That could explain why the captain would go for a harder procedure that he knew that was more efficient than the current.
Investigators theorize that in reaction to deteriorating conditions at Congonhas, he was trying to ensure that he had as much distance as possible to stop on the notorious runway 35L. But he made a costly error.
Under those circumstances,
Remember, we only have one reversal. I knew it. One reversal. I know.
it is completely understandable that he had tried a former procedure and under such a pressure made a mistake.
Lieutenant Vanessa Diaz recreates the final moments of a flight in a simulator.
Engine one side, engine two stays on line.
She notices that in a dark cockpit, it would have been difficult to see the position of the thrust levers.
Engine one's reverse, don't touch number two. Brakes. In the simulator, we were able to program in every known factor. The chronology of events, whether it was cloudy or raining, the wet surface, the slippery surface, position of the levers. We also went off the runway and had an accident in the simulator.
Lieutenant Diaz believes she now understands why TAM Airlines Flight 3054 ended in tragedy. Captain Stefanini had done everything he could to ensure the A320 would touch down on runway 35L with as much room ahead of him as possible. But the prospect of landing on the treacherous runway had so unnerved him that he bungled a simple procedure.
It's possible that tension might block a crucial motor response. It can affect the pilot's ability to react.
There was no alarm to warn that one engine was speeding up, while the other was in reverse. First Officer Lima tried to figure out what was going wrong.
Ragazzo, sì. Lascia la stammato, tu show,
were unable to understand what was happening to their aircraft.
О, 60, а тут какой-то микрофон. Ну, понятно, понятно, что ты.
So unnerved the crew that they made a mistake that ended up
Ah.
killing 199
Да.
people.
Да. О, появился. Это этот. А уже все, уже нельзя. Включи там.
Since the
Yeah.
crash of Flight 3054, the runways at Congonhas have
Это
been
этот.
and are regularly inspected.
Да?
New rules are in place dictating wet weather
Okay.
landing procedures.
Как успел.
In rainy weather, you need to have all of your reversers operating.
But despite these efforts to improve safety at Congonhas, many pilots doubt it's any better.
Congonhas is not safer today. It continues to be a dangerous airport. Only a total ban on operations in wet or rainy conditions would improve the safety of this airport.
Ну,
What's
ну,
clear is that even today, 35L is a runway that cannot shake its deadly reputation. A scene of devastation in a remote region of Venezuela confirms the fate of a missing passenger jet. West European Airways Flight 708 has mysteriously dropped
кажется, босс, он. Да, босс такой жесткий. О, моё. Там, короче, успел. Ну, босс жесткий.
investigators hope the crew's desperate last words will help them pinpoint the cause of the crash. But instead, the mystery deepens. The pilots can't agree on why the plane is falling. Now it's up to investigators to figure it out. Flight 708 begins boarding 2 hours behind schedule. It's well past midnight. The 152 Delta flight are returning home to Martinique.
И это, двухстволка.
Сейчас даем город, я, короче, все тоже.
Captain Omar Spina has just flown in with his crew from France. As he's behind schedule, he
Ну,
was
двухстволка, там никакая, лучше дробовик.
but there are more
Ну,
unexpected
обычно,
delays.
да.
First Officer David Munoz informs the captain that the flight is overbooked.
Знаешь, это?
Cockpit is filled.
Двухстволку смотришь.
Aleppo.
Не надо, так.
Yes, sir. Angela and Luisa can stay behind. Oh, that's enough. Take off from 121 left, sir. We've got it to forwards.
At the length of the runway, Captain Spina calculates that he can safely get airborne. Their flight path will take them through some heavy weather, something crews are accustomed to during hurricane season.
Okay, we're ready to take off. We'll try to push back there. Brown with Sterling Airways.
West Virgin 708.
Где? О! Там касается, по-моему, сколько? Лапок. А у тебя сколько их? Еще какого-то, да? Да. Ага. Не хватит. Красавица. А ну.
The crew is flying at MD heat.
Никуда. Ой, вперед.
As altitude increases and temperature drops, they activate the
О,
plane's anti-ice system.
кстати,
Half an hour into the flight, while cruising at 31,000 feet, the weather
там то же самое опять.
Не то, второго.
a low-intensity hurricane moving in from the Atlantic has been whipping up winds
Да,
across
успел. Успел? Нет, не успел. Не-а. Это не успел. На карте. Все уже. Это просто... Ну, команда еще не. Нет.
40 minutes into the flight, the plane has burned through thousands of pounds of fuel, allowing it to fly higher.
In order to reduce weight, they have to climb to 31,000 feet, wait until the weight goes down, and then do a step climb up to 33,000 feet.
Let's do 330. 330. Barranquilla, what's 7?
The captain now begins the climb to their scheduled altitude of 33,000 feet.
Turn up engine engines.
Скажи ему, ладно, живой.
The captain notices that the engines don't seem to be responding. The crew isn't overly concerned. Almost a third of the way to Martinique. West Caribbean Flight 708 enters Venezuelan airspace.
Is there coffee ready? Sure.
Кайкон. Сейчас тоже найду. Я не знаю, если там база свободная есть. Я захожу. Там база свободная есть какая-то, или нет? Есть? А, так.
Soon the turbulence gets worse.
Put the fasten seatbelt sign on.
The Maiquetía air traffic control station in Venezuela isn't equipped with radar.
Request descent level.
The controller depends on pilots to tell him where they are.
310.
Captain Ospina turns off the autopilot,
310.
and the plane starts heading back down to 31,000 feet. The turbulence is getting even heavier. And then suddenly a stick shaker goes off. It's the most serious warning that a crew can get. The captain's control column starts to vibrate, warning him the plane is flying dangerously slowly. At close to 31,000 feet, the plane suddenly drops. The plane is falling fast. The crew has only seconds to figure out why.
Descending to 240. Do you have a problem on board? Both engines. Confirm. Engines. Confirm radio and distance from Punto Cabello.
The controller needs to know where they are.
Oh, как же это? О, хватает.
Confirm people on board. Attention. And distance from Cabello.
In just 30 seconds, the plane falls 9,000 feet.
I understand. 152 people on board. At what level you are crossing at this time? Whiskey, Charlie. Confirm position if possible.
While flying almost 10 kilometers above the Earth, West Caribbean 708 mysteriously drops from the sky. Air traffic control in Venezuela doesn't know its location, nor if anyone has survived. The morning after West Caribbean Flight 708 goes missing, Venezuelan villagers report that a plane has crashed in a remote part. Colonel Lourdes Ramos is the lead air crash investigator for the Venezuelan government. She has never handled a crash this big. She's shocked by what she sees. All 160 people on board, most of them French citizens from Martinique, have died.
Esto es muy impresionante para nosotros porque era nuestro primer accidente.
It was a real shock for us because it was our first really big accident. And it had the highest number of deaths for any crash in Venezuela. We felt a lot of pressure because of that.
The scope of the investigation is daunting. Lourdes Ramos knows the plane that has crashed is one of the safest planes in the world. There are more than 3,000 such planes flying every day.
Investigating a crash where an aircraft so popular as the MD-80 is a great responsibility because of the effects it could have on the rest of the fleet.
The Colombian, Venezuelan, and French press from Martinique all descend on the site, demanding answers. The plane has crashed in a lawless area next to the Colombian border. Kidnappings are common. The Venezuelan army informs investigators that it can only protect them during the daylight hours.
equipo certainly our team, including myself, wasn't prepared for the emergency fixed. Un accidente completo y muy difícil de poder. This accident was complex, very difficult to figure out what había sucedido. After the victims have been removed, the investigators' first goal is to determine how much of the plane landed intact at the crash site. If it's all there, they can rule out a mid-air breach.
Pudimos observar que estaban los 4 puntos de la aeronave.
You can observe the four corners of the aircraft, the tail, a part of the cockpit, and some remains of the wings.
Nos dio idea,
And this suggested that there were no explosions or collision that produced the accident.
hubo explosiones o algún acto que produjera ese accidente.
Investigators question the Maiquetía air traffic controller.
That they had a flame up on both their engines.
You have a problem on board?
Cuando recibimos información del centro de control de Maiquetía,
When we learned
Вот
that the
это
crew had reported a flame out,
И что?
we immediately focused on the function of the airplane's engines.
se fue al funcionamiento de los motores de la aeronave.
Yeah, I'm just getting up to speed now.
Joe Sador is a senior investigator at the NTSB in Washington, specializing in foreign assignments.
As soon as we're notified of an accident, we contact the manufacturer of both the airframe and the engine. Given the initial information of the fuel engine flameout, this caused us to start getting as much information about the engines as possible. Lord Lee's had her hands full with this accident. It was a remote location. There was 4 countries involved, and she didn't have a big step.
Colonel Ramos knows that severe storms can kill a plane's jet engines. In 1977, a DC-9 with similarly mounted rear engines experienced a flameout while flying through a thunderstorm. Both engines were disabled. The plane fell 17,000 feet, slammed to the ground, and erupted in flames. Investigators suspect that the engines of Flight 708 may have flamed out either from heavy rain injuries or due to turbulent winds.
One way to think of an engine flameout is when you have a pilot light go out 90%. The engine is working properly, with combustion going on internally, and then the flame stops. The engine quits.
If both engines flamed out, it would explain why the plane fell from the sky in one piece. But Colonel Ramos knows that her best chance of finding out exactly what happened to the engines lies with the plane's 2 black boxes. They could hold critical flight and voice data. But retrieving that data gets complicated by political concerns.
The other difficulty with this investigation was the international aspect. This was a Columbia operator that took off from Canada. Was
Ты уже сейф.
and crashed on their soil.
Такой же.
So from the Venezuelan standpoint, they had very little
Четверо уже.
connection to the actual
Да
flight
сколько их
going
тут?
past
Блин.
on the
The Venezuelan government, deeply mistrustful of the United States, has the final say on who will examine the black boxes.
Since this is a United States manufactured aircraft, we offered our facility to them to come and look at FBRAC. But they requested that they be downloaded at the French facility of the PTA, our counterparts in Paris.
The black boxes are sent to France for expert analysis.
The French aviation authorities participated in the investigation because all the passengers were French citizens that lived in Martinique.
They tracked down the fuel truck that filled the plane in Panama.
Fue importante cambiar el combustible.
It was important to test their fuel because it was a possible cause for why the engines had failed.
Fallado los motores. Esa era una posible causa.
El análisis de combustible por búsqueda de contaminación servía a the Panamanian authorities to test the fuel for contaminants, but the results they obtained were negative. Fueron negativos los resultados.
Joe Sedor arrives from Washington with 2 engine experts.
Once we arrived on the scene, that was one of the first things that we wanted to look at was the engines. So my engine investigator and the Pratt & Whitney investigator went to each engine and examined them thoroughly.
What they find is surprising.
Both engines exhibited indications of high-speed rotation at impact. That is to say that the evidence indicated that both engines were operating at a very high pump.
The investigators give the engines a clean bill of health.
Cuando obtuvimos los resultados,
When we obtained the analyst results for the engines, we realized that they worked perfectly.
trabajaron perfectamente.
Looks like these legs are trying to find the ground.
Y que
And the flameout reported by the crew never happened.
el flameout nunca ocurrió.
The main suspect in the crash of one of the most popular planes on Earth is ruled out. The investigators need another lead.
It made us want to get that FDR and CBR data as quickly as possible.
The team is now counting the plane's 2 black boxes to shed light on the cause of the crash. They travel to France, where one of the boxes has been opened. When they listen to the plane's cockpit voice recorder, investigators are surprised by what they hear.
After listening to the cockpit voice recordings, we realized that the plane had entered a stall. Había entrado en pérdida.
How did this plane stall at over 30,000 feet with 2 working engines?
To create the lift needed to fly, a plane depends on a very fast-moving stream of air over the wings.
An airplane stall is when the lift over the wings is reduced to the point that the lift cannot support the weight of the aircraft in the air.
It's unusual for planes to stall at such a high altitude. Investigators hope the plane's second black box will reveal why that happened.
When we opened the flight data recorder, even though it was really damaged, the conditions inside were good, and that was a huge relief.
Y realmente fue un alivio encontrarlos en él.
But for some reason, much of what's on the recorder is gibberish.
Unfortunately, some of the data is not useful. And it was
Я уже все, я забыл.
data points that were not available,
Я забыл.
such as elevator position, rudder position, heading, and the most important parameter,
Дум
engine pressure ratio.
It's a disappointing loss for Sedor.
Это, блин.
We need those engine parameters.
The engine pressure numbers would tell investigators how
Еще,
they
еще,
paint a picture
еще.
of how the airplane was flying in its final minutes.
И вот это дело, этим слушай, только зарядил
The
сегодня.
NTSB offers to help.
Тарелки остались.
Sophisticated software may be able to recapture some of the lost data. We wanted to work with what data we had to recover any engine data that we could. Meanwhile, investigators have
After?
other clues about what may have caused the stall.
That's quite a story. Probably very
Это тупо.
They discovered that the plane flew through freezing wet weather.
That's a tuppa. Это тупо. Это тупо.
Increased drag, increased weight, and decreased wind. The MD-80 is equipped with an anti-icing system.
Где должен быть?
When turning on, it blows hot air from the engines onto the wings,
Стил.
preventing ice from bursting.
Фигибель. Стоп.
Let's see what they did about the ice.
Фигибель. Это... Ты не могу. Отвали.
As the plane
Давай.
reached 33,000 feet,
А.
Captain Ospina made an
Шутить не могу теперь. Отвали, блин. А. Я ж, походу, со специально оставил. Опа. И холодильник. Буду проходить не вот так, не так, а через мимо холодильника. Мы там уже не станем, будем в этом шкаф носить. Тут осталось и вот тут сделать. Сначала эту.
Investigators don't know why the crew didn't simply turn on the anti-ice and leave it on. Durante el vuelo, with the weather system, they should have been using the anti-ice during the entire flight. You know, investigators wonder if the crew made a
Делаю все это.
that allowed ice
Люблю сюда qualification. А еще не было. Тут только практика.
and fall from the sky. Promising new evidence in the crash of West Caribbean Flight 708 may help the investigative team to zero in on the cause of the disaster.
Следующий союз этот. Макс уходит с переходит в Мерседес.
Missing data
Это только слухи.
about the MD-80's engine.
Ты уже лишь этому Максу решать, он хочет.
This was very important for us because it allowed us to understand the operation of the engine throughout the flight.
If there had been ice on the wings, the engines would have had to work harder to overcome the friction it created. The engine power numbers would have gone up.
Yeah. New power is going up, it is actually going down.
Therefore, that showed that there was no ice on there.
Ice didn't cause the storm. So what did? Investigators must determine why the engines weren't providing the power needed to keep the MD-80 in the air. The airline's troubled history of safety violations gives investigators a possible lead. It had been cited for flying overweight planes.
Colombian authorities used to bring the aircraft was tailed at Bogota Airport and compare against
But
in some occasions they found that the aircraft was heavier than what was reported.
Did Flight 708 stall in mid-air because it was too heavy?
Durante la visita que se realizó, during our visit to Panama, we observed that West Caribbean didn't have very rigorous control over the checking of passengers' luggage and their weight. De los pasajeros.
If a plane is too heavy, it may not be able to fly at higher altitudes where the air is less dense. Pilots need to make these calculations carefully.
Los pilotos estaban aquí a por el lado, revisando.
The pilot knows at what altitude he can fly by studying the aircraft performance tables and inputting the plane's weight and the temperature.
все обед на 15 мне
What
есть.
investigators don't know
Опять два фильма.
Captain Ospina did the maths correctly.
Не забыл?
They now try to calculate whether Flight 708 was too heavy to avoid stalling at 33,000 feet.
So we went back and looked at the number of passengers on board, the number of crew on board, and the weight of the aircraft itself, along with the baggage.
А, это...
They also
Сам.
tested the plane at its
Get.
reported weight of 148,000 pounds.
All right, let's have
Не
it.
дойдем.
The heavier luggage, misweight cargo,
Let's try 155,000 pounds.
Investigators
Yes.
make the calculations for a plane that's grossly
Если бы в городе, то я бы закрыл бы.
they're in for a surprise.
And
Even with a heavier aircraft at takeoff, the aircraft could maintain level flight at 330.
It's a setback for the investigation. Missing something.
Let's go back to the beginning.
After much research, investigators still can't figure out what caused the plane to stall. The answer has to do with how a plane distributes power. When it's turned on, the anti-icing system draws energy from the engines, reducing power for thrust.
This decrease in thrust can affect the performance of the airplane depending on the weight and the altitude. So the performance study showed that the airplane was perfectly safe to fly 32,000 feet with the anti-ice off. However, it could only fly as high as 31,900 feet with the anti-ice off.
It won't take the icing. Rob them of the power they needed.
They shouldn't have gone higher than 31.9.
La conclusión a que llegó el equipo de investigación
He concluded that the aircraft was flown too high for its weight and the weather conditions it faced.
es que la conclusión que tenía todo el mundo.
The airspeed started to decelerate when the flight crew turned down the anti-ice. This reduced the thrust of the engine.
Investigators conclude the reduction in thrust led the plane to stall.
So we just got to know those two.
They now assume that when Captain calculated his maximum cruise altitude, he failed to factor in the need for anti-icing.
There may have been
Spalla.
taken into account when planning, and apparently they did not do it in this case.
But if
Como
the
tålig
thrust led to a stall, why didn't the crew notice? Part of the answer is that while the problem was developing, many passed by the plane.
They had their autopilot on.
The autopilot should not let a plane stall. Investigators wonder why this particular autopilot let that happen. While researching the autopilot on the MD-80, they discover a bulletin from the plane's manufacturer. It was sent to the airline 3 years earlier.
Under some conditions, the airspeed could decay to slow moving before the autopilot disconnects.
El boletín que emitió
In the bulletin issued by Boeing, it described another incident with an autopilot that was almost the exact same as what had happened with West Caribbean.
idéntica.
The bulletin warned crews that if they set the autopilot to maintain the plane's altitude, they should keep a close eye on the speed.
The operation bulletin warned that with the autopilot on and at altitude, that the aircraft maintain altitude, the airspeed could be reduced if the pilot is monitoring the airspeed. So, in order to maintain altitude, as the speed goes down, the aircraft starts to pitch up, moves up altitude, increasing the angle of attack to have a better lift. But that has a problem because you can have
Oi.
a certain time because you can enter stop it.
Переборщил немного.
The autopilot led the aircraft into a condition that caused an excessive angle of attack. That generated a stall.
Вот да.
As important as the bulletin was, there's no evidence that it ever reached West Caribbean's pilots. Investigators now have a deeper understanding of the events causing the stall. The crew were not monitoring their instruments, believing that the autopilot would maintain the correct speed. They were wrong. It was in this moment that the captain began to notice that something wasn't right.
And so, that they were aware that they had a problem, but they didn't know why.
The captain decided to descend to an altitude where the engines would perform better.
And descending to 31,000 feet above the actual. That's why he disconnected the autopilot to begin with.
Give me 2 minutes here. The plane is very close to stall, but the crew is just a few seconds away from overcoming the problem.
If you could have attained 31,000 feet, during that descent, the speed would have gone up, and he would have recovered the lift. And after leveling off, there will have been no problem at all.
They almost made it, but the captain was oblivious to his biggest threat. The plane is still traveling slowly, with its nose raised at a dangerously high angle. That's when the crew experienced some bad luck. The weather they were flying through was turbulent, winds were intense, and the plane was vulnerable.
Our study showed that it would only take a 20-mile-an-hour updraft to push the aircraft into a storm.
Investigators concluded that the plane was hit with a ferocious updraft.
Где-то
It
сюда.
lifted the plane's nose just enough to put it into a storm. A crisis the crew then mishandled.
There was very little communication. The captain thought he was having a
Good.
The captain was not telling the first officers what to do. The captain was only fixating, or if you will, have tunnel vision, and
Yes.
which is a very big problem in this situation.
As the investigation into the crash of Flight 708 nears completion, only one mystery remains unsolved. Why did the crew fail to install that they've been trained to?
Ну,
Get on the stall. Pilot should increase thrust
Все.
and pitch up
Можно
and
закрыть
push
хорошо.
forward.
Тут тоже сделано.
But as the recovered flight data shows,
А, да, это не первое.
captain speed did.
Все.
There is no indication that the pilot pushed forward on the control column to reduce the angle of attack and to increase speed. At that point, it was impossible to recover from stall.
The captain should have pushed forward. The question remains, why didn't he? Investigators get their first clue when they re-examine the engine data at the precise moment of the stall.
That's what distracted the captain.
At the time the airplane stalled, we also saw that both engines rolled back at the same time. This most likely confused the pilot.
When airflow to the engines is disrupted, it causes a rollback, reducing thrust.
Because of the updraft there in the area, it most likely increased the angle of attack of the engine inlet, which then caused the engine to roll back.
With his engine power temporarily reduced, the captain wrongly concluded that his engines had quit.
It's a stall. First officer yelled, "It's a stall, Captain. It's a stall." There was no response. This showed that the captain was fixating most likely on the engine.
Unaware he had stalled, the captain made things worse by pulling back on his control column. That kept the nose of the plane angled dangerously.
The crew couldn't understand the situation presented to them.
Problem on board. They had a heavy bucket in the stall. They were looking at the engines, which were rolled back, and they were also communicating with the air traffic controller. During that time, there was not much troubleshooting going on. This was a very, very difficult time. It is very important that the crews communicate in an effective way. And in this case, you can hear the two pilots communicating between themselves.
Y no hubo comunicación efectiva entre ellos.
It was an almost silent cockpit until the time of the overtime. When they realized they were in deep trouble,
el accidente, se dieron cuenta que estaban en el accidente.
But by that time, it was already too late. They were past the point of no return.
During that descent, according to the flight accident report, that they reached a rate of descent, an average of more than 12,000 feet per minute. That rate of descent, not only the G-force would prevent them from any coordinated action, that vibration in the aircraft would be a lot. That's why when you hear the voice recorder, you hear the voice trembling. That's because of high vibration in the aircraft.
For everyone on board, the final plunge was a nightmare, lasting almost 3 minutes.
Whiskey, Charlie.
When Colonel Lawless Ramos, her team, interviewed friends and family of the pilots of West Caribbean Flight 708, they uncover other long-standing issues that may help explain the crew's behavior.
West Caribbean Airline was going through a very critical financial status.
Esto debido a una situación económica que atravesaba la empresa West Caribbean.
Because of West Caribbean's economic struggle, the crew members haven't been paid for 6 months.
Ya aproximadamente como 6 meses que no cobraban.
And this could have influenced the captain's concentration.
De una otra manera influir en la concentración del capitán al momento de atender la emergencia.
Investigators discover that Captain Espino was forced to take a second job, moonlighting in a bar, in order to make ends meet for his family.
Evidentemente, el nivel de
The level of stress that the captain was under because of his financial situation was huge.
Importante.
We saw the fuel situation here. I think a little look at it.
Before the accident, the crew was delayed in Colombia for hours because the airline couldn't pay for their fuel. That was their third of 4 flights that day.
La tripulación,
The crew was under a lot of stress because they were already late and they didn't know if their flight would be canceled.
se sabía si el vuelo se iba a cancelar.
Investigators also believe that the 21-year-old first officer should have voiced his opinions more clearly.
Entre el capitán y el copiloto existía
There was a considerable age difference between the captain and the co-pilot, and this might have intimidated the co-pilot when he needed to speak up.
el capitán con autoridad.
That's it, I'm not going to realize. No matter how young the co-pilots and the first officers are, how old and experienced the captain is, they have the right to preserve their life. If they see something that's going wrong, and they alert the captain, and he does not react, they should react by themselves.
The investigation's official report concludes that there was an insufficient level of situational awareness in both pilots.
Although the pilot's actions are in question in this flight, we also have to look at the operator. Did the operator provide proper training? We found that the training was insufficient, that they did not receive proper CRM training, they did not receive proper sponsors.
Este accidente ocurre por una cantidad de factores.
This accident happened as a result of numerous factors that aren't only attributable to the crew.
El funcionamiento
There were deplorable conditions in the operation of the airline, and over time, these faults can lead to accidents.
y que en el transcurso del tiempo van afectando negativamente todo el funcionamiento de la empresa.
The report makes a long list of recommendations to ensure that the tragedy of Flight 708 never happens again.
Se hizo recomendaciones de seguridad a la autoridad aeronáutica colombiana.
We made recommendations to the Colombian aviation authorities to improve pilot training, specifically better training in communication and having a better awareness about the use of the plane's autoplane.
Para el uso del piloto automático en aeronaves MD.
After this accident occurred, the airline was grounded and it never operated again. It went bankrupt and simply disappeared.
But West Caribbean Airways did leave a valuable legacy. Better safety measures for every other MD-80 taken to the skies today. Military families in Kentucky prepare to welcome home loved ones from overseas.
The plan was to have a reception for them, and then those soldiers would be reunited with their families and friends.
At the same time, at a small Canadian airport,
There was wreckage all over the place. There was massive destruction. Nobody could have survived this.
256 people are dead. It's one of the worst aviation accidents of all time.
Anytime a crash of this sort would occur, immediate suspicions would be raised.
Answers will be hard to come by.
It does not advance safety to get the wrong cause of an accident.
As two radically different scenarios for the crash emerge.
Dietro.
Arrow Air Flight 1285 is nearing the end of a 10,000-kilometer journey from Egypt to the United States. The DC-8 is on its way to Port Campbell, Kentucky, via Germany and Newfoundland. On board are 8 crew members and 258 passengers. Most of them are U.S. soldiers with the 101st Airborne Division, the Screaming Eagles.
That division fought through World War II, through D-Day and the Battle of Normandy, dropped in behind the German lines, has really marked its place in history. I think everybody who serves in that division has a special loyalty and a special feeling about the division and being part of it. They have been in the Sinai for 5.5 months, so I'm sure they were anxious to get back with friends and family and to enjoy the holidays.
To bring the soldiers home, the military has hired the charter carrier Arrow Air.
It was not unusual to do that back in the 70s and 80s, where the government would contract with the civilian airlines to transport troops in and out of the country.
At 5:30 in the morning, the Douglas DC-8 lands at Gander International Airport on the eastern edge of Newfoundland, Canada.
They had to refuel in Gander before they could complete the flight into Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
Okay, guys. I'd like to do a check and wheels up at 9. Roger that.
Captain John Griffin has been an Arrow Air pilot for 4 years. He's also a flight instructor for the airline. First Officer John Connolly will be at the controls from Flight 1285 leads Gander. Mike Fowler, the flight engineer, monitors the mechanical systems.
Okay, you want to give me the once over?
While the pilots run through a series of pre-flight checklists, The flight engineer steps out to inspect the plane's exterior. He'll look for any damage to the fuselage or engines and check for buildups of ice on the plane. The soldiers wait inside the airport. Some shop for souvenirs at the gift shop. Anything?
Okay. Roger that. All right. 15,538 gallons, 101,000 pounds. Passengers and cargo unchanged. Weights confirmed? Okay. We're good to go. That puts us here. Rotation is 144 knots. Yep, that looks good.
On the airspeed indicator is a marker, or bug. It reminds the crew of the exact speed they must hit in order to get the plane off the ground.
Bugs, set them right. Copy that.
With the refueling and pre-flight checks complete, the 248 soldiers get back on board.
I think it was probably a very joyous move because when they landed in Gander, I know some of them went in and used the telephones to call Fort Campbell and call their families and say they were in Gander and they'd be home in a few hours.
Gander Tower.
Negative 950, completed refueling and pre-flight checks. Requesting taxi to runway 31.
Ticket 950, winds at 290 at 4 knots. Takeoff now, runway 22.
A last-minute change puts Arrow Air on a different runway than originally planned.
900 feet, take off to the south. We're good. Copy that, Gander, runway 22.
Merry Christmas.
Roger that, Gander Tower. And Merry Christmas to you.
The DC-8 accelerates to takeoff speed.
80 knots. Check.
Rotate.
Arrow Air 1285 lifts off Gander Airport at 6:46 a.m. But just seconds later,
Damn it. Hey,
Nie tak.
positive brake. Negative.
I'm sure for the last few seconds, those soldiers knew that there was a serious problem in hand.
What's wrong? Hold on. Come on, airspeed. Airspeed. What's free?
What is it do? What is it do? Is it in bed? Little bit.
Yes. Arrow 125 is down, just off runway 22. Estimate 2 to 4,000 feet.
at the small airport in Gander, Newfoundland, emergency crews race for a crash site. It's a field of wreckage, bodies, and personal effects. Thousands of liters of jet fuel are feeding a massive blaze.
It didn't look like it, but it was just probably the
30-foot high burning mass of metal and fuel and everything. Hey, it's alive.
Canadian Air Force Captain Tom Babcock is one of the first on the scene.
As an Air Force officer, of course, I had been to numerous crashes, but this was nothing like I had ever seen in my life before. And to see the devastation and to see my faces of comrades lying on the ground in pieces, words couldn't have described it. Many of them had brought T-shirts saying, "I survived Family Newfoundland." And we found that particularly emotional.
After hours of frantic searching through the charred wreckage, everyone's worst fears are realized. The crash has claimed the lives of all 256 people on board. The search for the cause of the disaster is already underway, but it will lead to controversy and ultimately to the demise of the Canadian Aviation Safety Board. For the U.S. military, the crash of Flight 1285 in Gander, Newfoundland is a historic loss.
If you take a look at the history of the 101st Airborne Division Air Assault, even in World War II, that division never lost so many people in such a short period of time as they did on December the 12th of 1985 in Gander.
The Canadian military sets up a security perimeter around the crash site.
We controlled all access to and from the site. He asked me if I would identify an object which they thought to be strange. Never seen a case in the history. And he said, "Does this have any kind of a chemical or nuclear connotation?" And I said, "No, I have no idea what it is."
The find raises suspicion about what was on the flight.
Certainly it's possible Carol Air could have been carrying things either that it shouldn't have been carrying or that weren't on any kind of cargo manifest.
David McNair is an investigator with the Canadian Aviation Safety Board.
There were aircraft parts everywhere, and you immediately became aware that it was going to be hard to find things that you needed to find.
McNair is joined by colleague Peter Bowe. They arrive hours after the crash to a scene of complete devastation.
The sight and smell is always unpleasant, but you just have to. You have to do it. It's part of your job.
The terrible scale of the crash quickly makes headlines around the world.
You had a tremendous impact on this division.
It was not only a sad day for
When we learned we're returning to spend the holidays with their families. You do not grieve alone. We grieve as a nation, together. As together we say goodbye to those who died in the service of their country. There is just no way that I can express to you how tragic that was, with the loss of so many people.
Suffering in terms of military losses just 2 years prior to large number of soldiers and were suicide by in Beirut. So the losses, in a sense, were mounting, and numbers these days might not strike us as extraordinary. They certainly were extraordinary at the time. It wasn't just some assortment of soldiers, a large number of them from one of the leading American military units in the American Army. You know, all of this raised, if you like, the symbolic stakes, but apart from the casualty toll of the loss of life that occurred.
Investigators immediately interview the Gander ground crew and get some intriguing information.
Did you see the flight engineer inspect the aircraft? But they did not de-ice the wings before taking off.
Yeah, we picked up a little bit of ice. We're good to go.
Okay, thank
concerned about icing because the refueler witness indicated that they had picked up some ice on the approach.
They turn to meteorological reports for the early hours of December the 12th.
In early morning, it was very, very icy. And it had been severe freezing. They flew in during the time that the forecast was for icing.
McNair and Bode wonder if the crew of Flight 1285 may have made a serious error by not de-icing. They check to see what other planes flying out of Gander did that morning.
Two other takeoffs this morning. One de-iced, one didn't.
And we noted there was one Boeing 737 that departed that picked up quite a bit of ice on the departure, and that was an indicator to us that the probability of icing increasing or ice gathering in the aircraft was quite high.
At the other end, the British Aerospace VC-10 had been on the ground for 50 minutes and did not de-ice. It got off the ground safely.
They took off 2 hours.
Ice cannot have been the only factor in this crash.
Big 8950 winds 290 at 4 knots. Take off now runway 20.
In search of other factors, they considered a last-minute runway change.
Copy that, Gander, runway 22.
So not the runway they were expecting. But they quickly concluded that the alternate runway could not have had any bearing on this crash.
Runway 22
Avec c'est
from the Gander.
bon, effectivement, c'est loin.
Investigators examined and documented the crash site, trying to determine the trajectory of the plane as it went down.
This was a very
Sounds
densely
super.
wooded area, and as it got closer to the ground, it started clipping the trees.
We're going to need pictures of the treetops as well, and we're going to need aerial shots. But what they need most of all is the information from the plane's 2 black boxes. They could hold the key to understanding what doomed Flight 1285. But as soon as they're recovered, McNair sees a potential problem.
We were disappointed to see with such an old recorder, an old foil recorder, as they really just don't give enough information to investigators.
Well, send them off to Ottawa and see what we've got. The older design of FDR engraves data on a slow-moving roll of stainless steel foil. Though the foil is fire-resistant, it can record only 4 flight parameters, such as airspeed at altitude, and newer digital flight recorders can record hundreds of parameters. All they can do is send the black boxes to and hope for the best. Then, with the investigation only hours old, it takes a drastic turn. An overseas US consul receives word from someone claiming responsibility for the crash. The caller says it was the work of Islamic Jihad, a branch of Hezbollah.
If you had to think about any one terrorist group operating in the Middle East at this time, which had an intent as well as a capacity to target American military personnel, that was Hezbollah.
Before there was the possibility that a terrorist bomb brought down Flight 1285.
Tensions were really high in the world at that time, when an aircraft fully loaded with American soldiers crashes. There's all these questions that come up.
So,
McNair sends the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Forensics Lab to be tested for bomb residue. The team searches for evidence that Flight 1285 exploded before it hit the ground. They look for any fallen debris between the runway and the point of impact.
The aircraft that exploded before it hit the trees, one would expect something that would come off the aircraft, and we would have found it. We didn't find anything, nothing at all. So we knew with confidence that the aircraft hit the trees, the first impact intact.
It's a similar story when the test results from the RCMP come back. They find no trace of bomb residue. and both US and Canadian officials suggest Islamic Jihad's claim of responsibility could be false.
One of the things that obviously benefits terrorist organizations is to spread the claim for operational responsibility to kind of boost the reputation of their organization, again to instill greater fear. So it's difficult to separate fact from fiction.
With terrorism looking less likely, investigators continue to focus on the performance of the aircraft.
35 feet, 6 inches, 4.5 degrees declination. The airplane had struck some trees about half a mile from the end of the runway. We could see a distinct pattern in the trees.
Using photographs from the crash site, investigators plot the height of 378 trees to determine the DC-8's exact position as it went down.
The airplane was right wing low, high nose, high attitude belts of the trees. Through photogrammetry, we determined that the aircraft was way above the stall angle of the aircraft. So the aircraft was clearly stalled in a high rate of descent.
The plane's radical nose-up position prevented it from getting the lift needed to keep it in the air. Investigators can't explain why the plane was flying at such an extreme angle. One clue about what the pilots were doing comes from a piece of cockpit replicator. Look here. It shows that the crew set a takeoff speed of 144 knots, and that the plane reached an airspeed. Bugs, set on the right. Copy that. Investigators hope that a much more detailed picture of the pilot's last moments will emerge from the cockpit voice recorder. But they're in for a disappointment.
It doesn't sound like it recorded anything from the cockpit.
The cockpit recorder wasn't functioning properly. He didn't record any of the crew's conversations.
With the absence of the cockpit voice recorder, we don't know exactly what the crew was doing.
Jason.
Their hopes now rest with the flight data recorder.
Even this rudimentary recorder would have some indication to show what speeds they rotate at. What warning lights, if any, were they seeing? What was the reaction? All these things are extremely valuable.
But it turns out to be only marginally more useful than the cockpit voice recorder.
The recorders here were actually extremely limited. We were able to determine, first of all, speed, a little bit of altitude, and heading of the aircraft. There was no indication on the aircraft, bank angle, pitch angle.
The flight data recorder tells investigators that Parallel 1285 began its takeoff run and increased to a speed of 167 knots. Liftoff occurred 51 seconds. 2 seconds later, the speed began to decrease.
Come on, airspeed.
А, не остался.
Airspeed.
The speed dropped off very quickly, and so we knew that the aircraft was below normal flying speed. We got that much from the recorder.
It tells us everything.
But a closer look at the flight data does reveal a potentially valuable clue. The distance needed to get to takeoff speed was longer than the pilots had planned for.
We looked at the acceleration distance, and it took a little bit longer than expected.
43 feet, 100 knots.
Это база.
63 feet. 144 knots. We should be lifting off now.
Investigators discovered that liftoff occurred some 4 seconds later, or more than 1,000 feet further than it should have.
8,000 feet, 167 minutes. That's 2 feet off the ground.
Why did it take me so long?
Rotate.
They used the full power, and we would expect them to rotate a little earlier, take off a little earlier.
The longer than normal takeoff supports the original theory that ice on the wings played a role in the crash. But investigators know that can't be the whole story.
Icing itself is not necessarily the only thing that happens. Accidents don't just usually have one item, they have several items.
Determined to find out what else besides ice on the rings contributed to the crash, the CASB turns its attention to the plane's flaps. For the DC-8, the optimal flap setting for takeoff is 18 degrees.
Looks like the flaps were expected.
With detailed work, we could say with some reasonable certainty of where the flaps were in the normal takeoff position.
They wonder if ice, combined with malfunctioning engines, caused the plane to stall. The engines are sent to the CASB in Ottawa for a full inspection.
Each engine was recovered on site, and immediately you can tell that there was rotational damage on all the engines.
Wood debris is found deep inside all four of the turbines.
A lot of tree debris means the engine was running when it hit the trees.
Землю можно.
DC-8 was properly configured for takeoff and that there was nothing wrong with the engines. So why was Flight 1285 slow to get off the ground? Investigators focused in on the weight of the aircraft.
101,000 pounds of fuel, passengers, and cargo. They predicted that each passenger and baggage would weigh 170 pounds.
That average weight, 170 pounds, matches the estimated weight for male passengers set out in the Aero Air guidelines.
As a pilot, having flown many military people around, this didn't seem to ring true, so we need to look at that aspect of the investigation.
Good morning. Have a rec form for some personnel plans.
Following his hunch, McNair soon makes a crucial discovery.
Regular commercial flight has a mixed crew that has men, women, children, so then the average doesn't work out as much.
But this was no ordinary commercial flight. All 256 passengers were adults, almost all of them large men.
We actually looked at the medical records of the passengers in terms of getting their actual weight during the last medical.
In my own case, I normally weigh 175, but when I've got all my gear on, where I'm bringing it on board an aircraft, I'm bringing on board 200 pounds of it.
We estimated that the more realistic weight would have been 20 pounds per passenger. That includes the passenger, everything they carried, and the equipment they had.
With the new estimates, he calculates the weight of the passengers at more than 54,000 pounds. That's 12,000 pounds heavier than the weight recorded on the load sheet. But this plane had been flying with that weight all night, taking off from Cairo, then from Cologne to Istanbul. The ice picked up in Gander may have made the difference.
You can take off at a heavier than normal weight, and if there are no other factors at play, you get away with it. If you have something else like ice, you have a serious problem.
Investigators now strongly suspect that it was a combination of ice and extra weight that prevented the DC-8 from staying in the air.
Okay, it's out here.
Ice and weight. We had a lot of scientific basis to say that the aircraft should have flown but did not. Why didn't it fly? We had two powerful reasons. One was weight, the other was even probably more powerful, the small amount of ice contamination on the aircraft.
But they can only theorize. No one in Gander saw ice on the wings. It's impossible to know how much there was. That's one problem. McNair and Bogue must now confront another. Some of their own colleagues on the CASB are raising doubts about the findings. One of those who questioned is his board member and aviation expert, Les Philotas.
Well, it seems there's very little
the scouts up representing the part that was protected, especially the flight data reported. As soon as they looked at it, they said there was something really wrong. The Lotus immediately wonders how the aircraft can crash so quickly after takeoff. They did rough calculations, and it just showed that to get that kind of deceleration, you'd have to lose not one, 2, or 3 years, but all 4, and that was just a startling thing to see right away.
Come on, airspeed. Airspeed.
They said the aircraft, I believe the exact phrase was destroyed by a fuel-fed fire. The early reports, everybody who was around there mentioned the massive explosion in the mushroom cloud.
So you're saying across from the property where the flame was down?
2 cars on the highway.
Застрелили.
Flight path on the aircraft passed over, and they both said they saw fire on the right-hand side.
U.S. Army officials deny there was any unreported or classified cargo on board Arrowhead 1285. But the Lotus has reason to doubt that claim.
Застрелили. Эй!
Troops and equipment that they were put on board, there were some of these big boxes. What could have been on there, we couldn't get any answer. There was no cargo manifest, and it was another contentious question that was never settled.
Not much attention paid to security procedures. And you know, this was, at the time, but still, as the soldiers came on board, I think anybody would have regarded as shocking, even for their time. It's the kind of thing that would never be around today.
The Lotus joins those speculating that Arrowhead Flight 1285 was the victim of a terrorist plot.
As it has for love, if it had any kind of European connections, and the big question was always the Latin American. Governmental security provides is there is there a Cold War tension to this? Are facilities involved? Just as one air back to go. Review the food, another food, another about the food, surrounded on
Some now wonder if Arrowhead 1285 was at the center of the biggest global scandal of the time.
Так.
In exchange for American hostages.
Arrowhead wasn't one of the airlines that assisted being out of the time out of the Reagan White House by a famous individual by the name of Colonel Colin Dorr. And the Iran Contra business was very tangled and very peculiar operation.
It was not in dining later by some.
The Lotus points to photographic evidence to prove his case.
My colleague made a trip out to Gander and went to the RCMP photo lab there where they had literally thousands that they took on the grass site. Many photos that seemed to indicate that there was some kind of an explosion on board. It's just like if you took a piece of aluminum foil and put your finger from the inside to the outside, and it'd be obvious from that side.
The Lotus becomes more suspicious when he learns that an independent investigator hired by Arrowhead had explored the possibility of an onboard explosion.
He carefully looked at everything and found that on the number 3 engine, that's the inboard engine on the right-hand side, some of the inlet guide vanes, 3 of the consecutive ones had a certain dent in the leading edge, and one of them had some red paint on it.
That investigator concluded that there could have been a mid-air explosion, and that the damage of the vain parts inside the engine could have been caused by debris exploding outward from the main fuselage. Another key piece of information for the Lotus comes from the post-mortem examination of some of the 256 victims. Autopsies indicate that there were extremely high levels of carbon monoxide in their blood.
So if they have combustion products involved, the natural inference is that they must have breathed in some combustion products before the crash. from all this evidence, Philotas and his colleagues paint their own picture. But the lead investigators maintain that the sabotage theories are nothing more than a sensationalist distraction.
We had no indication that terrorism was player, but we did have a lot of indication that there was an aircraft performance problem and there were icing problems.
McNair and Berg decide the only way to end all the speculation is to scientifically prove their theory that ice combined with extra weight is what brought on
24-6,
Before the mid-1980s, Click
Google
was known
me,
about
saya
the
tahu banyak.
impact of very thin and ice accumulation. The flight engineer
Задолбали.
looking for large buildups of ice that would make the plane significantly heavier, not thin coatings on top of the wings.
As part of the investigation, we did a lot of research on the effects of ice on aircraft.
Aerodynamic tests carried out in a wind tunnel reveal that even a small amount of ice contamination can significantly reduce wing lift.
Just a small amount, say the size of sandpaper, if that's the type of surface you have, it can seriously create a large aircraft. That was a surprise to me.
The team carries out further tests in a flight simulator.
We basically had to reprogram the simulator to degrade the performance to simulate ice.
We want rotate. Every attempt to fly the simulator with the exact same parameters as Flight 1285 is the same way. A soul and a crack.
Okay, let's run it again. 10,000 from the simulator trial, with icing on board, what degree of the lift characteristics of the aircraft it was difficult to fly a normal profile, and it easily was controlled the aircraft.
It's flight. Hey, concentration. Negative. Full power.
The pilots would have been able to see that their plane wasn't climbing faster.
Control. Hold on. Come on, airspeed. Airspeed.
First Officer Copley threw the nose back, trying to get the plane. What he didn't realize is that he was sealing their fate. The DC-8 was already on the verge of
Zwei.
pulling the nose up only made things worse. The aircraft's weight had been underestimated, its lift compromised by ice on the wings. A fateful finish.
You take one of the factors and have the same weight, maybe you want to dash. You take up the heavy weight and
Сделай еще.
but if you have them combined together, you have the accident.
As for the suspicious paint markings found inside the engine, McNair determines they came from a front-end loader used to clear debris at the crash site. As well, the extreme intensity of the fire could have caused the abnormally high level of carbon monoxide in the victim's blood.
Штук 1000.
Even the truckers' accounts of pre-impact flames can be
Совершение 400 штук.
Whereas installed regime, typically or often you will have flame combination because of compressor stall.
As for the terrorists'
Сейчас
capabilities
пишем,
to pull off
скорость.
such a complex brazen attack, there is significant doubt.
Жизнь как быстро.
In terms of intent, yes.
70 тысяч.
Actually, pulling it off
Скорость.
in the circumstances, you know, that seems to be the low probability
Больше.
just
Они могут.
at the edges of the margin.
Сейчас,
Possible.
вот
There
наши.
was a lot of controversy, which we just basically had to deal with in terms of keeping on
Инженеры быстро.
because investigation is not
100,
emotional.
понятно, 120 тысяч.
So we basically kind of stick with science. We didn't see any evidence of any other kind of explosion. We only saw the evidence of an explosion caused by impact and the aircraft breaking up.
Тысяча осталось.
McNair believes his confusion carries an urgent warning.
У меня еще не работает.
People have a hard time believing that a little tiny bit of ice on a large might have a big effect, but it does.
Я не знаю, что шумно.
After
Это не случайный выбор. Рандомно, я не знаю.
Investigation, the Canadian Aviation Safety Board is ready to release its report.
Наверное, выбор уже.
But what is supposed to provide answers and prevent similar accidents instead ignites a storm of controversy. The ice theory is bad.
Здесь тут надо больше.
CASB investigators believe they have a convincing report that explains the complex cause of the
Вот
crash of
это
Flight 1285.
400 тысяч.
I was hoping that, as all investigators do, when the final report came out, that in fact the safety message would be out there and would be accepted.
But 4 of the 9 members of the board disagree with the report's conclusion.
The investigation appears to involve a covenant.
It's impossible that ice would have been a factor. Crash investigators are, they were always under pressure to come up with an answer sooner than they would try. And sometimes, depending on the intensity of that pressure, it can perhaps create crash investigations which are less than satisfactory.
The dissenters take the unprecedented step of releasing their own
Что это желтое?
citing an onboard explosion of the corpse.
We had extremely difficult time figuring out her descending report.
А, еще это наверное.
So it could die, and then it was an attempt to suppress it. I was asked the question outright, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to try to save your job, or do you want to get the truth about this accident? And my answer was, I want to save my job by getting out the truth.
Еще один конвейер.
It was quite unusual to have a dissenting photographs. I don't see very.
Сейчас скоро просто тишина будет.
First place, why would you come up with this? What's the scientific basis for it? There is no science.
Hey, look. Paint trend.
Тут быстро можно раздаться.
Blood said means nothing.
Это сейчас быстро. Сколько будет? 200.
Extraordinary where you have a majority of the world which are equally divergent.
Ну, на все хватит. Да.
Very different
Чуть-чуть оставим.
pictures of what the outcome of this
Второй раз уже будет.
I think it's very tough for families and friends not to have final closure on something. There was really no definitive answer to what caused that crash. If I was a family member, I'd have questions too.
But on
Последняя.
1989, while the controversy
Миллионов!
continues to swirl,
Полтик, ого.
there's a tragic
Каких миллионов
evidence
стоит?
that Narrowboat's message has not been heard. In Dryden, Ontario, with wintry conditions, the crew of a Fokker F-28 elects not to de-ice.
Да, 2 миллиона.
Just seconds after takeoff,
400 тысяч.
they encountered achieved sufficient lift to stay off. The
Здорово
accident
же
was
пошло.
almost identical to Arrow and 1285.
Теперь 2 миллиона вычетов. Это уже дофига.
It's going to be intact. After that, it exploded because of the fact it hit the ground with a lot of fuel.
The crash kills 24 of the 69 people on board.
It was pretty clear that the guy that icing or snow may have been a factor in this as well.
If only the investigators' warning had been heard, the tragedy in Dryden may never have happened.
In fact, there's a lot of
400 тысяч.
investigation was very unfortunate because basically it took away from the safety message. Aircrafts like the DC-8 are very vulnerable to icing contamination. That message was lost because of the controversy in the bomb theory.
Если люди в перспективе, то вообще сразу.
It does not advance safety to get the wrong cause of an accident.
Да.
The real safety message is that you have to get at the truth, and the truth
Ну, 2 осталось. Ну, дорогущая.
were never finally established.
The controversy over this investigation spelled the end of the Canadian Aviation Safety Board. It was scrapped and later replaced with a new, better regulated agency.
We learned a lesson that cost a lot of people their lives, and that lesson didn't get passed on to other people, and other people lost their lives. That's the sad part for these institutions.
I know in my own case,
А, вот это.
all the answers.
За 400 тысяч. Думаю, она еще быстрее будет.
I would be satisfied.
Задолбал. О, эти куры, блин, задолбали. Печатно, задолбали.
И ты сейчас раз. А теперь 2 миллиона.
Continental Express is such a watershed moment for accident investigation.
Я не знаю.
Continental Express.
А, это...
1974. It happened extremely fast. The flips were so violent. The plane was on fire. Oh my God.
Такая дешевая.
I was a little bit scared when I first saw the wreckage.
Самое очень дешево. Очень дешево.
The wreckage had a chilling story.
Это мало.
They had strictly followed those procedures.
2 миллиона, такие тысячи.
But good intentions gone terribly wrong.
Что только ждать.
We're going to bring everybody in on 26 or 27.
Continental Express flight 5974, and it's 11 passengers. Nears the end of its 1-hour flight from Laredo to Houston, Texas. It's the second flight of the day for this group. They've already flown from Houston to Laredo. Now they're on their way back. 15,000 feet below, it's a warm late summer morning on the farms and cattle ranches of southern Texas.
Captured on the direct.
The pilot took the Rare 120 Brasilia for another routine landing. Captain Brad Patridge is just 29 years old.
Задолбал, блин.
First officer Clint Radosevich is now very close to becoming a captain.
Печать, задолбал.
They are 110
Ай,
days to
ну, блин.
home for both pilots.
На ходу.
Space shuttle.
За 2 миллиона.
Ай,
In the blink of an eye, the plane is plummeting towards the ground. It drops 2,000 feet in
теперь
just
только ждать надо.
far below. Carrie Larby and his brother Clifton are working on their farm.
My brother and I have heard
Ну, этот. Ты что, далеко вообще?
typically she does the layer and this is oh my gosh.
と、тоже не туда, блин. Нет, блин. Нет. О. То. Не можешь попадаться. Зон. Аспект. Фиг. Что? Кто? Выйду. А, спи, блин. Не то. Коммуникация. Не. О, тихо. Где-то попытался. Да, не увидится. Видите, сам вправо тоже. Видели? Базон, да.
Вот он, умный. Тыч. Ластри. Да. Тут не с телефона, а с телека. Потому что я еще на телек сутарики. Швы. Все. Три штуки. Кьюра. А как мне его? Есть ли Кьюра? Уже миллион, да. Не, другой. Кот. Стиль. Меня назовет колено. Все. И идем сразу. Все. Это же правильно. И все. Все. Там давно перевел канал.
Ну, мой канал. Турнирность. Стоп.
Раз. Раз. Sky Sports. Я вам нашел.
Yeah, of course. And the car's obviously working. That was just where it goes.
A splendid job. Lights out, away we go. The flip side, so massive performance phase was that of the Rebel, which looked once again a tough beast to try and smash. It wasn't just looking at the lap times.
Sky Sports есть.
We saw a lot of on-board footage, and especially in the slow speed.
Он был в воскресенье.
Lots of oversteer in the car, and then oversteer was turned into front.
Он был уже. Таня. Это так. Господь есть. Деньги.
It's time to put your money hat on. There's one that suits you perfectly. Try the back, built especially for established businesses. You'll get your own dedicated relationship projects and thousands of things. It's our business backing boosting.
Продолжишь специально.
Discover no-nonsense business
А, да, 20 минут и полет.
This is how to transform your kitchen. A little bit of magic, kitchen magic. Kitchen magic transforms drab kitchens into dream kitchens by replacing doors, floor fronts and worktops with a less than you think. And in just a few days. Now that's magic. Call Kitchen Magic today for a free brochure on 0800 169 1748 or visit the website.
Unexpected bills?
И куда? Что, обыкновенно? Ты еще ничего не сделал. Вали.
From lendingstream.co.uk.
Мне нужно капец.
Short-term car insurance from 1 hour. Download the app now.
Мои задолба. Уже 2 миллиона. Вы мне 500 тысяч. Задолба. Работа, задолба. А, мы на каком этаже. Погреб.
This program is brought to you by Heineken and no sports.
Круто это.
UEFA Champions League official sponsor.
Теперь точно форму не пропущу. Не приложение, сказку. Последний. 4 миллиона, офигеть! Что такое дорогучая жизнь, блин. Последняя уже.
October 2010, Spurs were impressed with their first Champions League campaign, keeping pace with reigning champions Inter Milan at the top of Group A. Jose Mourinho had left Inter for Real Madrid after their Champions League triumph and been replaced by Rafa Benitez, the figure familiar to Spurs after his time at Liverpool. Tottenham's biggest hopes of causing a shock in Italy appeared to lie with the informed Ross Brightman, Gareth Bale. Would this be his night? Find out with commentator Simon Rudd.
10-й год.
Inter's coach Rafa Benitez has gone with a bold lineup tonight that includes a couple of young crowd pleasers in Felipe Coutinho and Jonathan Biabiani. Diego Milito misses out though through injury. Tottenham are without the suspended Rafael van der Vaart. Luka also among those unavailable through injury. Luka Modric will provide the craft. Gareth Bale
Luka Modric.
while Peter Crouch leads the
Одногодкость.
It's
И
just the
два,
sort of match that Tottenham's
а 4.
been craving for many a long year.
Скорость просто бешеная какая-то стала.
Only to all in Europe here. Match day 3 in the group stages. Lucio for Inter. Scratch getting his foot in.
За собой крутите.
Retrieving possession for
5000-0. Не первый. Он самый крутой.
You're tied in possession here.
Это создано за 4 миллиона.
Biabiani.
Что за стишение, еще что-то крутое. Не задирал, не задирал.
Here in this match. Michael up against Bale. The youngster Coutinho, first touch of the game there, and so with the pass. Zanetti's on the inside 2 minutes. And it's Zanetti. Javier Zanetti.
В этом сезоне помню пример это. Когда мы ходили на чемпион Интер с этим. С ПСЖ. ПСЖ, ну что?
Coutinho into the play.
Не помню. 4-0 или 5-0 был. Просто уничтожил.
And it was a precise finish from 12 yards out from the 37-year-old Argentinian. Well, the match barely starting and Tottenham already a goal down.
Это спорт у меня есть. Теперь ему он интереснее.
This is going to be in big trouble here.
53?
And we haven't even played for 10 minutes. Gomez stands on his line, but he's going to have to go off. Having committed the foul here, referee Davio Scolina has shown the red card to Tottenham's goalkeeper. And a rocky start to the evening for Harry Redknapp's side. Could just be about to get a whole lot worse with Samuel Eto'o having the opportunity to add a second goal from the
Це там 4 мільйони надо.
Carlo Cucurcini on for Gomez. Luka Modric is being sacrificed here by Spurs. Eto'o doesn't miss many of these. Cucurcini's first job to pick the ball out of the back of the net. Last season's Champions League winners off to a flying start here.
Складно.
Cucurcini guessing right, still unable to get his hands to the ball. But it's all into here. Tottenham just need to settle down a little bit. Ride out the next few minutes, but it's going to be a long evening potentially for them. Down to 10 men so early in the match. Coutinho. Snyder. All hands on deck here for Spurs. This is Michael. Lovely little clear. Snyder. It's running. Into running well. 3 goals inside the opening quarter of an hour. Unbridled joy in the stands at San Siro. Few empty seats here for this one tonight, but there'll be plenty of Inter fans who haven't turned up who would rather wish they had now.
Yeah.
Look at that, beautiful touch from Stankovic. Delicate return. And Cucurcini rooted to the spot. Sonetti got some really good feet here. Schneider as well. Some of Inter's play mesmerising so far. That's what will come across here. Just to concede the corner.
Любит. Это тупая.
Tottenham was an attacking force in this first half. Now Leonard.
Я зашел. Это всегда был.
Past Christian Fibu. Zanetti here. It's Crouch in the far post.
Into Crouch unable to keep the header down. Michael let him go completely there, although seemed oblivious to Crouch's presence behind him. Schneider. Available once more. Only one team in this game. Here's Hector now. Chance for goal! Yes. It's turning into an utterly miserable night for Tottenham. They're being taken apart here. Hector is second of the night. Inter's fourth. And we're still 10 minutes shy of half time.
Pause.
In Milan with high hopes of producing a memorable performance. But it's been an embarrassing first half for them. Down to 10 men inside the first 10 minutes.
6.
And Inter out of sight before half time.
Scusa. I prende su.
Shots on goal in the first half.
Vai.
Nice sublime attacking play from them at times.
Mi prende.
Just going to try and keep the score down. Beautiful play. Thibaut, a little too high for Diabini. Now Maicon brings the save. Once or twice. Superb stop from Committee. Goodness, it was nearly 5. Well, Inter at times here look as if they could almost score at will in this first half.
Boom.
Maicon had 2 bites of the cherry here. And she equal to it. That's Cotto towards Crouch. From Spurs. Fizzles out for them, and once more they're on the back foot here. It's a Coutinho into adding time. Just a minute. Tottenham will be glad to get in at the break without incurring further damage. Coutinho, he's away from Hutton. 3 times. Goal that would be. Wonderful play from Coutinho. Capable of getting the crowd up off their seats. Certainly had Alan Hutton a merry dance there. Much to cover. Well, it's been a first half to savour for Inter. They've been utterly brilliant. Tottenham started things have only got worse. It's a damage limitation exercise for Harry Redknapp and his team. But they trail Inter at half-time by 4 goals to 0.
Natal Park. This program has been explained by following schools. Embrace the jackets and be official sponsor.
Tutto stupido. Dove è stato un baile?
It keeps your information because on the child is good by
The Lotto Summer £15 million jackpot must be won this Saturday. Don't forget.
Что так медленно? Я головой, уже следи за тем. Буры. Задряли.
World travel has gone from being an adventure to a checklist. But the world is still full of wonder. We just need a better way to find it. Airbnb experiences. Master ramen with an award-winning chef. Dive into underground jazz with a renowned bassist. Or see Notre Dame with an app. She helped restore it, by the way. Don't just see a place. Experience it.
Every time a wave dumped down on us, I honestly thought we were going to die. I shouted, nobody heard me.
24 hours a day to rescue people in danger.
Still where?
Of the organisations and charity, about hundreds of volunteers who never save lives without you. Please donate £3 a month and help our crews to save everyone they can.
Задолбаешься, следить нас, следим.
Don't let gaps in your travel insurance spoil your holiday. Go without the doubt. Insure and go. Call 0800 198 0198.
Unexpected expense. Drafty's got your back. Borrowing £100 from them costs less than £6. Apply at drafty.co.uk. This is how to transform your kitchen. A little bit of magic.
Нету.
Kitchen Magic transforms drab kitchens into dream kitchens by replacing doors, drawer fronts and worktops with a less silly sink. And in just a few days. Now that's magic. Call Kitchen Magic today for a free brochure on 800 169 4748 or visit the website.
Ja. Сыну.
It's 30 seconds. Can I accurately CG? Simple.
And it does run right out.
Get your personal ECG at Korean Mobile and open game or Amazon.
Time to get your savings sorted. With a Money Box Cash ISA, you can earn a great interest rate of up to £20,000 a year, tax-free, and track your progress anytime, anywhere. So join over 1 million customers and tick savings off your to-do list. But we'll have to leave the DIY to you. Moneybox. Turn your money into something greater.
TNT Sports, powered by Birdhouse. This program is brought to you by Follows.
Ты уже, о, 4.
Official sponsor.
The first half was an utter rout. Is there to be some minor form of revival here for Spurs as they look to restore some respectability at least to the scoreline if possible? A reminder, of course, they are down to 10 men following the early sending off of goalkeeper Aurelio Gomez. Spurs on canvas, 2 goals down inside the first 10 minutes of the game. Inter, utterly dominant, quite impressive as well so far, it must be said.
Почти раз. Там расписание. Алексеевский. Воскресенье. Не знаю, такая секрет. Я шучу дальше поеду. Я люблю тоже делать. Это теннис.
Позитивно.
Side of play, something there.
За 700. 4.
Creativity. Lucio, is getting involved in it now.
Вообще 7.
Yaviani. Here's Lucio. Leslie Schneider. Taking that one away from Gallas. Signing in with Genus. And now Bale. Up against Maicon. Away from him. Away from Zanetti. First time Bale's really stretched his legs and what a goal! Magnificent run from Gareth Bale.
Понял.
Tottenham suddenly spring to life early in the second half.
Бля.
And at last those travelling fans have got something to cheer about. What about this for a run? Zanetti was left chasing shadows. And Julio Cesar could only stand and watch. There's Gareth Bale, guiding it into the bottom corner.
Вытащил достаточно.
Touch from Crouch. It's Bale. Under the block. Yeah, now it's Sasson got his job to try and get back on side. Santo, as a substitute. Oh, superb stop from Cunacini. Santo really tested him here, so nearly a fifth goal. The most powerful of shots.
No.
Very, very quickly indeed. Michael, certainly looks to be going forward than
О, все, прекрасно.
Coutinho.
Наконец.
Here's Neto. On a hat-trick, of course, after his 2 goals in the
Ребус на следующий.
Here's Gareth Bale once more.
Все.
The danger quickly across.
Полностью.
Bale trying to get up, get up.
140 тысяч.
Here comes Michael. Suddenly, Inter threatening again. Coutinho unable to guide it home.
Да.
Making things a little easier, you sense here in the second half. Quite to the floor.
Алиша,
Early in the evening.
завод?
Задолбай туда, задолбай.
Times lost a little of its edge that it had in the opening half. Here's Coutinho. With real confidence. Very, very lively indeed, and it was certainly worth a crack.
Время очень
Comfortable night for
редкий.
Inter. At times they're threatening to increase that lead. Genus.
Второе перерождение.
Nearby. It's Lennon. Against Santon. Space for the shot. Always rising high over the top of the crossbar. There's certainly been an easing of the pressure in this second half on Tottenham.
Задолбай.
Here is Schneider.
Вали.
Section there by Bale. Lucio gets his foot in there, and Bale suddenly now is in space. Robbie Keane racing forward to get up with him. Oh, and he didn't need it! Stunning strike from Gareth Bale. late in the day and to little avail, but no less spectacular for that. Gareth Bale's second goal of the night, and in many respects it was almost a carbon copy of his first goal. They cannot cope with his pace and strength. Again, Zanetti unable to get near the young Welshman, and again he finds that bottom corner with laser-like accuracy. Much talked about, of course, Gareth Bale. However much he was worth before this match, actually he might be worth a little bit more now with people across Europe see performance like this, goals like that. Added time, but Tottenham certainly adding respectability to the scoreline here. Maybe time for a third. It's Bale! It's a hat-trick! What an incredible finish to the match! 2 goals in 2 minutes from Gareth Bale. An extraordinary hat-trick on one of the biggest stages in world football. Tottenham are out of the match at half-time, seemingly dead and buried. And suddenly now, in added time, Inter are going to be scrambling, trying to hang on to a slender lead. Suddenly Tottenham playing like men possessed here, and Inter sloppy in the second half. Still get away with it, but they really will kick themselves here if this one suddenly slips away. It was so dominant. And of course, they've had a man over for most of the match, Tottenham down to 10 men early on. And suddenly it's the home crowd whistling, urging the referee to blow that final whistle. Little look at the watch there from the referee. But not without a mighty fright right at the end. Gareth Bale with a sensational hat-trick, and a rout turned into a measure of revival for Tottenham Hotspur. It's Inter's night though. A match that was effectively over as a contest in the first 10 minutes of the game. Inter 2 up, Tottenham down to 10 men, but in the end they came back well and really made a game of it. And a match that will be long remembered. Inter 4, Tottenham Hotspur 3, and Gareth Bale will grab all the headlines.
This programme was brought to you by Heineken and Follow Schools. The Champions League official sponsor. Tier 2 Sports, powered by Burgers. Cycling with Tour de France starting tomorrow from Lille. But on Sunday, Europe is playing any guest later in Bergamo. The race is live on Tier 2 Sports.
I've never saw it before, I've never opened a shop before.
Johnny Vegas is living out his dream. Brand new Johnny Vegas' Little Shop of Antiques starts Tuesday at 9 on Press or stream on Discovery Plus. Babes, how was roaming in Italy? Oh, stunning. Didn't cost me a penny. What, the new fella paid? No, hun. Navarra.
Studio. Rugby. Cricket.
Can I lend us?
I play.
I think I play.
So quick and simple, you can own thousands in hidden commissions from vehicles built on time. Tier 2 Sports, powered by Canterbury.
I'm racing Formula 1 and I'm going to become world champion.
it started, they made that night first was in Schumacher. I sort of built a climb, but I want to win.
Well, well. This is the way.
Это запад.
Have you put any stipulations or expectations down in your professional relational method, or do you expect to do so?
No, I think B&J puts their role and that was the world.
Five. Four. Где мы есть? Ставили? Да.
It's one of the toughest jobs on planet Earth. And from the clear, strike crystal clear virility. You see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detective log. Just put your info in the carry through with my wallet, grab a personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area.
Cosa tampare, idiota.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want more,
Yo.
they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical
Yo.
provides 2 shades wider teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
We don't get about to go, I could lose everything. This might be our last chance. This is the most dangerous place we've ever been.
It's continuous to on discovery.
How did you all live with this? Go on. Wait. Come back. Come on.
Go for it.
Right this second, at some pool party somewhere, someone really wants a soda.
Really go for
But that seems someone's stuck. Between like way too much syrup. And what is that, diet water? What if you were a better soda?
ladies.
Okay, girl.
Stop spiraling. Get a coffee.
set of the fabric is shattered. I can't bear it. And the other thing too, you can say me, you just have to take my word for it.
Only 3 of us are going to make it out.
It's time to play tough.
I am not going home early. So close, get so far away. Last one standing. Just something great on discovery. James Jelsman has been the caretaker of this site for over 20 years and is one of the few people who doesn't get lost in this maze of derelict roads cutting through the forest.
Base is a total of 18,000 acres in total. It represents roughly 3% of Duval County, so it's a large footprint. Currently, we're traveling on Perimeter Road. This is where the military will patrol right along the fence line.
The base opened in 1941 as a Naval Auxiliary Air Station called Cecil Field.
Cecil Field was a very important Navy training facility during the Second World War. It fit within a broader network of naval air training facilities that were sprinkled across the state of Florida.
A Naval Air Gunner School was added to the base in 1942. It was the largest of just 3 such schools in the country.
According to one source, nearly 30,000 men spent time here learning all phases of aeronautics.
You bring a dummy across, and you have to shoot the dummy down to get your qualification in order to be a gunner.
Much of the activity at Cecil Field wound down after the end of World War II. But in 1952, the site was rejuvenated.
Cecil expanded massively and became a master jet base.
A master jet base was specifically used for carrier-based jet aircraft, equipped to strike deep into enemy territory. The base's upgrade ushered in the creation of a special division, a top-secret base within a base.
This was a Marine Corps facility. It had a separate designation name of Yellow Water because that's where the Marines play. That's where the Marines control.
This is the Yellow Water Weapons Department, a clandestine weapons storage facility built to supply U.S. Navy aircraft carriers.
Were kept in the house, military ordnance, air missiles, attack, 500,000 pounds, so different height on how many it can have.
Positions are contained at a specified interval from one another. So if the munitions are stored in one facility for whatever reason decorated, they will then trigger those dynamics. You don't want to necessarily make an underground facility because after all, this is Florida and you really can't go underground because everything's a little bit surrounded.
But this wasn't the only place weapons were stored against water. There was another, more secure area where the stakes were even higher.
The weapons stored here were the most dangerous of all nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons, biological weapons, any type of upper layer of weapon would be brought down this road, stored in this area.
Only 2 of these super secure bunkers were made, but decades ago, there were many more.
There were 89 ammunition bunkers, ranging from small openings for high explosives through to earth-covered bunkers with reinforced concrete doors to reach the weapons.
C'est une sonde?
And strategic
Je dis.
all the storage facilities were at capacity at this location. There was enough explosive capacity.
With the stakes so high, security at the entrance to this area was extreme.
You look up, this was a zone that was lit 24/7. You'd have dogs patrolling the perimeter, vehicles patrolling the perimeter, Marines patrolling the perimeter.
There were these almost James Bond-esque measures. There was toxic gas that could be released with high-frequency noise that could be so intensely projected at someone as to blow their eardrums.
Working for such dangerous weapons meant the base also had its own dedicated hospital.
They had
How bad?
biohazard.
Anti-radiation showers show how real the risk of contamination was.
There were
This
incidents that happened.
is a million.
Personnel that were hurt. They were rushed here to give them immediate
Yeah.
But the nuclear warheads stationed here
Hier
were
ben ik
not
zo'n
launched from this site.
Gewoon je puntje
At
omhoog uit.
times of high alert, the roads at Yellow Water would have been busy moving weapons on and off the base.
This is building 617, which is the old Marine Corps storage building, vehicle maintenance shop. These are your paint booths where they paint their Humvee and maintain any other type of trailers or equipment.
When nuclear-laden semi-trucks left the base, most headed straight to aircraft carriers docked at nearby Naval Station Mainport. It was all part of a considered defense strategy.
You didn't want a storage facility to be close to the coast. You wanted it to be somewhere remote where it could be easily guarded. And Yellow Water sort of ticked all the boxes on that checklist.
But how they transported these weapons would send shockwaves across Jacksonville.
So it's like lead. We're finding all these artifacts. There could be an entrance to a cave. This musket ball is European. It could be a fireground.
That means there's something to that in here. Some of the dynamite.
Angel Soap. It's gotta be soft.
It's gotta be strong. Actually, Angel Soft is both soft, so it's cushy and strong.
Too bad. Too bad.
Two summer sensations are flying in the DQ. One is sure to save the summer, and the other, yeah, he's Superman. Hurry in for the new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Right now at DQ.
Brad Pringles.
Are these my specials here? Shop the 4th of July sale at Sherwin-Williams and transform your space with color. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $34.29. Hurry in June 27th through July 7th. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Still dreaming about this concert? Yeah, the concert right there is now the vibe. Pricing has millions of proposals to make the price low. Security feels they're out of control.
Ah, zo. In Thailand spelen.
With the pedal, you'll take serious making about one at a time.
Carbon freight tools keep getting better with time. Better performance, better
Ja.
better value. Come on in and see for yourself. Whatever
Too
you
bad. But what?
When I started going to Doggy, I found your website. You go down here, I'll just say hi to make the website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins. While they're shopping for noggins for their noggins.
At Avocado, luxury isn't just comfort. It's consciousness. It's craftsmanship. It's choosing care. Inspired by the beauty of our planet, we designed for dreamers. Every stitch, thoughtfully placed to elevate your sleep. Crafted with a way sustainably sourced and meticulously crafted. Because true luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Discover our full line of luxury mattresses at avocadomattress.com.
I was ready to start building my credit, but I didn't want a credit card for fees or expensive debt. So I got the China Credit Builder card, and I use it for everything. There's no annual fees, no interest, and my score is 100 points. Join me at China.com.
Introducing skill. Just a little bit support. Engineering, transfer of cables, and even the force the body. Design and help you look at dangerous, minimize pain, and regain references to get back out there. Learn more at skillful.com.
We really, really could use your help.
No, it's actually a running planet. Now they can make a dark and living. On the outskirts of Jacksonville, a once extremely secure base had a stockpile of nuclear weapons, which was possibly big enough to destroy the world. But how these weapons were moved to nearby aircraft carriers became one of the most shocking facts to emerge from this secretive era. They had to be transported through the middle of Jacksonville. Can you imagine living in Jacksonville never knowing that payloads passing through your city that could completely obliterate it off the map? That's the way the Cold War worked. And that is, every now and then, nukes got moved through your city in the middle of the night. You didn't even know about it. At the start of the 1990s, the Cold War cooled down to the point where the U.S. and the Soviet Union began significant de-escalation talks.
60 тысяч.
These leaders who bravely and boldly embraced the idea of denuclearization, and during that process, the war was closed down.
Ценник все сделал.
Swinging cities were emptied as quietly and secretly as they had first been filled.
Да, погреб и кристалл. Погреб.
Limited details have emerged about the nuclear weapons stored at this secretive base.
We'll talk to some of the people that were stationed here, and as River Mill starts, you're at the top of the restaurant, and they say, well, what do you do? Oh, I do that. And then, you slip, say ship.
Official lips, however, have remained secret.
The U.S. Navy had never confirmed or denied this nuclear storage area in Jacksonville, but the ruins speak for themselves.
And for some, the existence of nuclear weapons in this area is not a closed chapter.
I'm not privy to that information, but I would say if you're operating a carrier group with military wings in this area, there are nuclear weapons stored in this vicinity.
In New England, a bizarre passion project.
Та задолбал, идиот! Идиот! Вот это мой идиот! Идиот!
Out in the distance, you see other little structures.
When you get up close,
Задолбал! Вот это мой.
This place was a wonderful, adrenaline-filled experience. And at its low point, it was a near-death experience.
Really given.
In Greenfield, New Hampshire, an abandoned castle sticks out among the fields.
Am I the king of this castle? I suppose so, but I'll tell you the queen of the castle is right here.
Задолбал, это идиоты!
I got it.
Today,
Идиот!
these ruins might resemble the forgotten set of a favorite fantasy movie, but once it was part of pumpkin farmer Stephen Senior's world record-winning passion project.
In a heyday, we would get at least 2,000 to 3,000 people coming through here in a single day.
This place's origins go back nearly 3 decades, when Stephen was inspired by something he saw on TV.
So, back in 1998, a public television station did a story on ancient siege weapons. I just acted spontaneously after seeing this program, and I said, well, maybe I'll film a trebuchet. People did think I was a little bit crazy.
A trebuchet is a medieval weapon. It has a long arm, and on one end, it's connected to a basket of heavy counterweights, so that when you release the potential energy, it slings that arm forward and furrows rocks at something like the castle wall to take it down.
Yet Stephen didn't build his trebuchet to throw rocks.
I have a farm stand. I wanted to find a way to increase my pumpkin sales. So I said, well, if I built one of those machines, maybe I could throw pumpkins, and maybe that would attract people.
Once his trebuchet was completed, this field became its home. This is Yankee Siege.
This is the biggest trebuchet probably in the world. This machine weighs 72,000 pounds. It has a 22,000 pound counterweight.
This was a serious pumpkin throwing machine. It could fling a pumpkin thousands of feet.
But throwing pumpkins was only half of the DIY display Stephen put on here. To attract visitors to his farm stand, he needed a suitable target.
This is Yankee Castle. This is built out of old tanks. We cut holes in them, we cut some turrets.
Because the trebuchet was a medieval weapon, it was
Oh.
a castle. His idea was he would
Around the turn of the millennium, Yankee Siege opened its doors, launching pumpkins for the public's pleasure.
Saturday and Sunday from September all the way through to Halloween. We do a 4-hour afternoon session. Average 10 shots per session.
Not only did people love the displays, the Yankee Siege's business plan worked well. People came in to see the show, but ended up spending money in the farm stand.
Despite the success, 3 years after opening, everything changed for Yankee Siege. After Stephen decided to share his trebuchet with the nation, he was forced to rethink his pumpkin throwing pastime. You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all.
As long as probably forever there's only been one Frosty, because what would we even do? Add a bunch of loose mix-ins like Oreo cookies or Pop-Tarts pieces? That's kind of genius, actually. For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
People always said I could write a book, but psoriasis stole my spark. Until I got clear skin with Gonzalez, I can't wait to say
Быстро пошло дело.
Most people got 100% clear skin. Some, after the first dose, they come back to shining again.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and low ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease can occur. Tell me if these happen or worse, or fevers, chills,
Быстро.
or you've had a vaccine before starting to get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems.
Give yourself a chance to say I'm back.
Ask your dermatologist about red cells. Some will do whatever it takes to craft the best barbecue, while others just open a bag. Some won't let anyone mess with their work, while others celebrate every time. Anyway, it don't mean doing great lengths for great barbecue. Your shortcut to great barbecue. We came up with the taste. Stevie Foster Phoenix exclusive precision flavor plates. Respond with targeted support. Great review humans. Sharp seam things. Drink tonight for a sip.
If you're living with HIV, do plan for tomorrow.
Do consider how you stay undetectable. Do learn what's different about
Прилетело.
the HIV treatment for some people. Do find out how many medicines are in your pill. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. No other complete HIV pill contains fewer medicines than Dovato.
It is unknown that Dovato is safe and effective if you have HIV and hepatitis B. If you have hepatitis, stop talking to your doctor as it may get worse or harder to treat. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking it alive with serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Other serious or life-threatening side effects include severe throat problems and lactic acid. If you are feeling or being seen or risk, tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, or kidney problems, pregnancy, breastfeeding, or planned pregnancy.
Do look beyond today. Do ask your doctor about fewer medicines. Do Dovato.
Only 3 of us are going to make it out.
It's time to play tough.
I am not going home early.
За 2 миллиона. Именно вообще.
There could be an entrance to a cave that would bring this positive molecule in. It could be a fire ground.
Уже 8. Вот это давление.
In New Hampshire, Stephen Seegers had built a pumpkin-throwing trebuchet to promote his farm stand. But a chance interaction at one of his displays would bring this medieval siege weapon to a new stage, which stretched across America.
Тюрьма. Вы же не русские, когда вы русские. Ну, многие бесплатно. Михаил. Странно. Oh, in B.
Just like bottomless apps for $9.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. That's right, you can get bottomless on sticks, fried pickles, and so much more for you and all your bottomless friends. Bottomless apps for $9.99.
Ты же. Ого. Тут сразу здесь. Сейчас такая скоро будет бешеная. Опять? Что не останавливается? Фуры тепло. Толпа. Было это дело.
You sure about that color?
Commerce cars are backed by a no money back guarantee, unlike Jenny's no piercing.
200 тысяч.
Shows where it is.
As a military veteran, I've had a lot of participants in sales training. My paychecks are great, but commission can be unpredictable. Now that I'm trying to spot you, they can cover you up to $200 in between paychecks with no overdraft fees. Join me at Chime.com.
I'm Carolyn Meadows for NBA TV News Update. No Caitlin Clark, no problem for the Indiana Fever. The Commissioners Cup champs dismantling the Aces 81-54. Clark out for a 4th straight game. started to play some of their best basketball of the season with Park sideline. For a second straight game, they've limited their opponents to under 60 points. And on the offensive end, the lead Boston finishing with 20 points, 7 boards, kept some still pacing the usually 25 points in a row. The team is now on 4 of their last 5.
That's a complete lack of professionalism to come in here with that effort. Complete lack of focus. They played harder yesterday in practice by a lot.
Teams.
Il reattivo James non riesce a recuperare il pallone, metri persi per l'Inghilterra, ma possesso recuperato, devono ricostruire.
The hogger featuring very cozy fare and some of us streaming on Vive, sponsored by Simba Heat Tech Duvets.
Love design.
Все есть. Что? Два этих.
Get last minute summer flights from £30 one way. Easy Jets. Get out there. Vitamin C routine. Start with 12% pure vitamin C serum for 4 times brighter skin. Follow with SPF to help prevent the appearance of fine lines. If you want a bright future with good skin, start now. Revitalic Vitamin C routine by L'Oreal Paris. You're worth it.
When the whole day
Ты не будешь срать.
woman mops on, feel the power of the flag. It dissolves dirt from the first spray with a powerful cleaning solution. On floor, on the floor, on the floor. A transit fruit zone might revive a pan. A powerful cleaning after time. Just lost the pedal machine again and again. Feel the power. The flash powers red hot. Powerful cleaning after time.
I'm mysterious. The real question was how James Franklin was range all these.
Что я сделал?
It's like he just dropped off his face and just fell out.
Это зато миллион осталось.
Future length documentary.
400 тысяч. Ладно. За 4 есть, остался за 2.
Police interceptors war on drugs. We follow Durham and Cleveland's finest officers. On their crusade against drugs.
No, Kanye. Ja.
Cocaine. You've got an email I'm going to search under section 23 of the issue for drugs. They're cracking down on the growers, the dealers, and the users, whoever they are, and wherever they may be. Coming up, a reluctant passenger. A driver with a cunning plan. Red driving. Right. And one lad is not having the best day.
Se ci ripete nel mele, siete bene. Вот.
Я даю хорошо. О, дитя.
Drinking and driving has long been regarded as being highly dangerous, as well as highly illegal. Now the penalties are severe.
Так, пусть проиграть.
Now, recent drug driving legislation means that anyone caught taking illegal drugs and driving will also feel put full force in court.
The technology to enforce it's the streets that have ever been before. I think it's now really sending the message out there to people that we are coming and we'll catch you.
It's 9 p.m. on the streets around Spennymoor, and interceptor Paul Jacko Jackson is on the lookout for dodgy drivers. Jacko's favourite musician is Noel Gallagher, but just like Noel, tonight he's flying solo. Jacko's automatic number plate reader camera has identified a suspect car. Attention.
Tango 9 for Tango 31. Fortunately, thanks for going. Should we stay on the
Despite the interceptor's blue lights and sirens, dodgy drivers not on the road.
I'll go to 200 off for the other stop. It's just onto the car.
Lit up by small beams, eagle-eyed Jacko spotted something being tossed out to the passenger side of the car.
Alert from Tango 313, urgent for a vehicle failed to stop. Gurney Valley towards Calvin bypass.
All of a sudden,
stand by.
The driver thought better of trying to outrun an interceptor. He spun a smart move at the right.
Just going out the pass. Okay, let's come on. What's the deal? And the time is on the bypass. I've got one to feel this thoughts and everything as well.
Man doesn't seem too keen to get into Jacko's car.
Yeah, I'll get in the car, mate. It's weird. No, I'm pretty good because I'm not there. You get in the car. All right. Go on, let's go in the car. Get off, pussy. All I can do is get it. Car. Get in the car, man. Shut up. Get in the car. No, it's not a bad enough. Hey, yo, it's fine. I'm not. Get the stop.
With a little gentle persuasion, Jacko's got the situation under control, but he needs some help to find the package the driver tossed away back down the road.
Yeah, people know the way people's mind. I should be able to pinpoint where it's.
Pallina, come così stai?
What did you throw it? I'm not sure what the passenger side of that car.
Posso stare.
The man's denying he threw anything out of his car, but the camera identifies.
I've locked you up on suspicion of fail at the stop. So fail, I'm going to breathalyze it, she's still with it, and I'm going to drop that.
Газовая.
Alright? And I'm going to drive down there so you won't have to get to from that car. So this moment in time, you are looking at the fail to stop, alright? I need to do a drugs test on you. You're going to do a drugs test on you. Yeah.
The new drug test is a simple mouth swab that takes a few minutes to perform,
and reveals the presence of cannabis or cocaine. In this case, it's also loosened the driver's tongue. A tenner bag is a drug deal with a street value of £10.
Right, this takes between 8 and 10 minutes to analyse, okay?
And now he's spilt the beans about the drugs, he also fesses up to Jacko that he's been drinking a can of lager while he was actually driving.
During that pursuit, I've seen a package thrown from the rear side of the vehicle. I suspect that's probably been drugs, and now we've had a little bit thrown a tenner that out. What I thought now seems a lot bigger than a tenner that. Stick agreement, so he's probably going up to the sales to stop, and we're just going to do the total of the
No.
said he's just been hit from the can of lager in the car, so we'll give it another 10 minutes and then carry out the drug test. Colleagues will sit with him while I go down to see if I can find what packages he's thrown from the car. It's not a bad little stop to begin with.
Ah, det ser man.
Jacko's going back down the road where a dog handler and his sniffer dog were already on the hunt for a suspected drug smuggler.
Tam ju tutto blu.
The dog found something and
Ja, dat bad. Dat ja. Dat is not bad.
Too bad the tenner deal, isn't it?
Ja, det.
It's more like a 210 deal.
So that's a bit more than your personal use, wouldn't you? His deal is obviously very generous if that's what he gets for a tenner.
Ja, det.
What's up with the breath test?
While Jacko's been cracking the case, the driver has come up with a cracking excuse about why he failed to stop.
I failed to stop when you said that, right? I understand what you said, right? I thought it was an ambulance. I thought it was an ambulance, right? I've never seen
why I think it's an ambulance. Because you're up here on drink.
De må göra det.
So just let you know what the crack is. You're up
Bara det gör det.
Turn the roadside drugs test, turn the roadside breath test, possession with intent to supply, alright? Won't take sick mind. So like that lad from the off, he's got coke, dope, and drink in his system, and he's driving around, he's just an absolute idiot, so to like be very off the road.
The man was convicted of intending to deal cannabis and also drug driving and failing to stop. He was given a 13-month jail sentence, suspended for a year and a half, banned from the road for a year, and ordered to pay £500. At the station, he was found to be below the drink-drive limit, and the charges were dropped. Still to come, a sniffer dog with a nose for drugs and a stomach for fast food.
That's something we're going to give him a double cheeseburger.
Yeah.
And a shocking roadside confession.
Ja, mi è fatto bene. Sì. Ah, svenuto costa e все.
Royal Bank of Scotland, tomorrow against today.
Sì. Звука нет. Старый, пятилетней давности. Садь туда, вот опять продолжу.
Introducing Just Eat Plus. Get unlimited delivery, just $5.99 for 90 days. It's a Wednesday, Just Eat.
Ultimately sure the way you are. Colgate Maxwell Ultimate. Unlike regular toothpaste, it's a new formula deeply lasts for 10 times what it is. So however you smile, you feel perfect. Colgate Maxwell Ultimate. You see why it lasts for 10 times what it is. The controller. Take charge in the bedroom. Streaming on 5, sponsored by Simba customizable sleep handles.
In the war against drugs, one of the most effective weapons in the intercepted armory is police.
Working with those who get rid of the best part of the usually when that's been someone developed, someone that's probably finances or covers some drugs or cash or firearms to give it somewhere. When you get a good job like that, you don't keep going for weeks.
For a dog handler, man's best friend is more than just a tool. Job.
So I got the police with attention of always kind of one of the
Spagna.
for me, I think it's probably the best job on the force.
Ah.
It's the start of the day for Liam Sewell, and he's hardly had time to get his seatbelt
Spagna.
on before the shout comes in. He's been called to assist at a roadside stop in Middlesbrough.
Just an officer asking for assistance.
Dog handler Liam Sewell used to work at Butlins before he decided on a change of uniform, from a red coat to one.
Yeah.
At the scene, the officers have apprehended a man trying to flee from a suspected stolen car.
Shit, like a buck.
This has gone out of the car. Yeah, one car.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in the car. Took a little school. And
You get drugs or something?
well, it's got keys on. Come down that door.
Yeah.
Gave us drive. And then and it's done.
Yeah.
Was there what's in the car? No. It's driving searching for sport car. Yeah, but the drugs are available. It's not.
What was the stuff the unit seen it coming out? Stuff the car seen it come out of a one-way street the wrong way. And the lights kicked off a bit. So he's been detained now suspicion of theft of the motor vehicle. And also the fact he's tried to distance himself from the motor vehicle, suspecting possession of drugs. So we're going to do a section 23 search with Louis the vehicle. Find him.
With the driver on his way to custody, Liam's going to try and find out why he was hell-bent on doing a runner with the help of sniffer dog Louis.
That's the problem. We're going to get taken on a stand off the double cheeseburgers.
Springer Spaniels are the breed of choice for sniffer dogs in the UK, and no one faults Louis' enthusiasm for the job.
Look.
Louis' speciality? Illegal drugs.
Yeah, Louis having a good search round. And if he finds it, he indicates on it, then he'll just scream and hopefully put his mate's nose against him. And then hopefully it'll be the case.
And he's done just that. Louis has sniffed out a small bag of white powder in the driver's door.
That's why he's straight on. That little bag. That's where his nose is.
It's not much of a haul, but Louis' exuberance suggests there could be more.
Still the boat.
With a sense of smell claimed to be 50 times that of a human, Louis sweeps the boot in seconds, but it's soon clear he's more interested in the front of the car. Sure enough, Ginger Footwell is found something else.
It's a huge haul of suspended trucks.
The large bag what we believe to be
And with such a large amount, it would have impregnated
Сделано, сделано.
odor. No wonder Louis was so excited.
Right, struggling to still much. We went from a little grand out of that.
But once he got his bearings, Louis did the business.
But fine, it's tucked away in the bag there.
Что еще не сделал?
Result for this crime-fighting duo.
Сделал, сделал. Тут я уже все сделал. Я только на одну. Не понял.
After Louis got the reward, he gets the ball. It's only so. He's probably job.
For the bag of drugs in the footwell, the runaway driver pleaded guilty to possession
А, это пропустил одну.
methamphetamine. And he also pleaded guilty to possessing the small bag of cocaine. He was sentenced to 12 months imprisonment, suspended for 2 years.
Не сделаешь? Всё. Я не знаю. Еще.
Dog handler Liam Sewell is having a busy night on the streets of Middlesbrough. He's on the hunt for 3 suspected burglars, along with his trusty hounds Vader and Louis.
Возможно, это круто. Внутри запал. А, скамейкина.
It's time for German Shepherd Vader to do what he does best: sniff out suspects.
Check
5 minutes into the search, and Vader is on the right track. Look. And then leading his handler to one of the suspects.
О,
With the man in cuffs, Vader's job is done.
готово.
But it's not only police dogs that can sniff out the wrong. On returning to his van, Liam spots a silver estate car munching fast.
Окна заменены, все. Заменил.
Like a dog tracking down a scent, Liam gives chase.
Я не понял, странно.
And on seeing Liam's marked dog van, the silver car boots it.
We've gone right,
Я только на одну.
As Liam prepares himself for a pursuit, the car slows
Подвала
down
нет.
roundabout, leaving Liam unsure what it's going to do next. The car comes to a stop, and Liam prepares for the pursuit to continue on foot. But the 2 gents in the car aren't running.
Yeah, I think it's comfortable. Stand there.
Liam needs to find out why the driver sped away from him in the first place.
Don't run, mate. I warn you, mate, there's a dog in the back of the van. That's why the delay was getting out. This thing is going to stick up there. Hold on, you got that?
Не подсвечивает ничего.
Check it out. Don't make it. Once it all come back and sit into you, say, mate, it'll be alright. Alright.
Викингс, а?
The driver is very unhappy, but it seems his anger is mainly with the passenger. The passenger's clearly been drinking and tries to convince
Так
Liam
еще остались?
they
Или
borrowed his friend.
выпуски жесткий, жизнь. Видите. Это тоже мелочи остались.
While the passenger phones a friend, Liam decides to criticize the driver.
Решил блажь, грязный был. Не знаю. Я не знаю, что еще. Я не знаю.
In boost terms, at least. Apparently,
Я полностью сделаю.
Now was too drunk to drive, and he isn't that happy about being the designated driver. As well as smoking cannabis, the driver also happens to not have a license. Perhaps this is the
Ну там уже круто. Я не знаю, что еще делать.
While the interceptors run checks on the car and the
Весь обсмотрел. Не знаю. Там вот эту отделку сделал, уже плитку или как его положить. Нету. Я даже не знаю, что игра. Да не писем, задолбал. Ух ты, заменил.
It seems the driver has done little wrong, but he has admitted to taking cannabis.
Я не знаю. Ты капец, штук 3, наверное. На третьем еще одна. 4 или 5 кухонь. Это же это дом, блин. А, да, ты с фильма.
Finally, it all makes sense why the driver sped off from Liam at age 15. He shouldn't have been driving at all.
А, Мерседес. Блин, дорого вообще. А если 670 гигов? Кисель большая. Иди, грязно. Так, короче, 800 тысяч. Неплохо. Я не знаю, я вес обсмотрел. Не знаю. Ну, не знаю, что еще.
This schoolboy learned his lesson when he was banned from driving for 12 months. Hopefully it'll be a lesson learned.